verdict watch in this case. Right now, a live look in the courtroom for you. We're looking at the ceiling as our camera has to be positioned there if there's no action in the courtroom. 2 hours, 15 minutes and counting. The verdict clock is up. Defendant Karen Read is accused of second-degree murder. The allegation is that someone engages in an act that is so reckless, knowing that death could result. And the Commonwealth is alleging that act was hitting the gas pedal and going in reverse to strike her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. And they brought in an accident reconstruction expert to prove that to the jury. Here's more from Dr. Judson Welcher.
Dr. Welcher, let me ask you a question. When you're engaging in these demonstrations, are you attempting to try to show exactly how Mr. O'Keefe was struck?
No. So we don't know exactly how he was struck. And pedestrian impacts are extremely sensitive to exact angles. And so where exactly your foot is, whether your foot's off the ground, can have an effect on where you end up after that. We just don't have enough information in this case to determine all that information. We know the taillight was broken. We know the glass was broken. We know we have damage to the rear of the Lexus. We know we have lacerations in Mr. O'Keefe's arm. So I'm trying to see if there's any correlation between all those.
Well, can body posture on a clip or a side swipe collision change the trajectory or the injury?
Of course.
Can the way somebody moves or reacts before impact change it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What are other things that can change the trajectory of the person and the injuries?
So for example, if you get hit and knocked off balance or clipped and knocked off balance, you can take additional steps. That'll affect how far your body travels. If you have one foot on the ground versus the other foot on the ground, affects how the body rotates. If your arm is at 90 degrees or 85 degrees, will affect the kinematics. We attempted to model different possibilities, and we're getting results that were all over the map. Small changes in the pedestrian position give you huge change in the output. And so from the tech stream data, we don't know exactly when in the tech stream data he was hit. So we don't even know the exact impact speed. In most pedestrian reconstructions, you typically have a point where the impact occurred, like where the person was, like in the crosswalk, for example, and they get hit and their tire leaves a rubber scruff. That's called the area of impact or point of impact. You then can look at how far they were thrown and using some laws of physics, calculate how fast the car had to be going. Well, we don't have that in this case. We don't know exactly where Mr. O'Keefe was on the roadway when this happened. Sorry, I'm about to go to the next slide.
Without having an exact point of impact or an exact speed or an exact body position, are you able to specifically replicate the actual collision and the way Mr. O'Keefe's body would move?
Exactly replicate? No. And again, in terms of how he would move, again, we don't know where exactly on the roadway he started. So in terms of how he moved, that's a function of where he started. We don't know if when he was clipped, he took an additional step before falling backwards. So that will change how far you are off the roadway. So the impact, which you'll see in a second, even at 2 miles an hour, will induce rotation of the body. So depending on the speed, the higher the speed, the more rotation. So if I may, so slide 111, this is simply showing where I walk sideways, how this lines up with the location of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. Here's the post-contact scuffing on the taillight. Here's a picture of Miss Read's vehicle on the right-hand side. So now I said, okay, that was me walking into the car. Let's have the car drive into me. I did this at very low speeds. And you'll see, and we'll show this from 2 different angles. That's me showing, I'm doing test 2. This is from a camera that we have pointing down at it. This is the speed. you'll see it's only about a 2-mile-an-hour impact. But even a 2-mile-an-hour impact redirects me back and causes me to rotate and take a step.
Veronica, can you approach, please?
Yes.
Sir, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm and forearm regarding its orientation relative to the broken taillight on the defendant's Lexus?
Yes, Your Honor, may I read my report, my opinion?
Okay.
The location and orientation of the laceration on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arm are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right taillight of the Reed 2021 Lexus LX 570. Again, I had the opportunity to inspect Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. There's no damage where these marks are. So sure, it knocked the snow off, but it wasn't sufficient to cause damage to his vehicle. We then mapped that data onto Miss Reed's vehicle to look at where that height is. So you can see the only contact marks are down at the bumper level. I mentioned how that bumper sticks out. This is exactly where you'd expect it. So the only evidence of contact is nowhere near the upper taillight. I emphasize the word upper taillight because it is right in line with the lower taillight, but yet the lower taillight also was not broken. So again, 25 and a half, that's 24 right here, 25 and a half. That's 24 right here, 25, 25 and a half. That's right where that scuff mark was. It's also right at, again, the level at the top of that light. This light is not broken. I've looked at the front of it. I've looked at the back of it. I've looked all around it. It's not broken, and it sticks out further than the light above it. So using those positions, matching the overlay of the vehicles, we can get the speeds from that. We know where the Lexus is. We know how much time it is between each frame. So we know how far it moved. And so what we know is that when it first came to a stop, right before that, it was going about 0.7 miles per hour. So realistically, somewhere between a half to 1 mile an hour, just to account for some variations, but definitely going 1 mile an hour or less at impact.
Slide number, please.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. Slide 99. That's the dimensions. Slide 102. Similar to what I said, no damage to that light, no damage to Mr. O'Keefe's traverse in that area. And then if I could, I would like to go back because I realized I skipped over something. So this is slide 85. So this is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle before contact. Huh. I don't know what happened this time. The slide shows that there was snow here, now there's no snow there.
Dr. Welcher, did you look on the driveway after the touching between the two cars to see if you could see anything on the snow at the back of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
So referring to this slide, this is after the Lexus has pulled away. Looking in the snow, I see nothing in the snow.
Were you looking for anything in particular?
Of course I was. I was looking for taillight fragments.
In any of the videos that you have that show Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle after the defendant's Lexus touches it, do you ever see any remnants or shards or fragments of taillight on the ground?
I do not.
When you did your analysis and study, trying to include or exclude this touching as the source of damage to the defendant's Lexus rear right taillight, did you consider speed as part of that analysis?
I did. I considered speed, and then again, knowing we have the positions of the vehicle, we looked at the degree of overlap, and there's only about 2 to 3 millimeters of overlap between the vehicles, which is insufficient to cause the tail light that's recessed in from the edge on the right rear of the Lexus to contact the rear of the Chevrolet.
Considering all the data and analysis that you did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the right rear taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus was broken or damaged during the contact with Mr. O'Keefe's car at around 5:07 a.m. on January 29, 2022?
That impact did not break or crack that taillight.
Okay, and important to note here that with the murder and the second-degree charge in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, under the subsection that is being alleged here, the government doesn't have to prove that Karen Reed intended to kill John O'Keefe. They don't have to prove there was any intent to kill. All they have to prove is that there was intention to do an act. And with the circumstances known to the defendant at the time, a reasonable person would have known there's a very clear and strong likelihood that death could result. So just the act of allegedly backing up in reverse quickly in the snow with a person behind you, that is enough for the second-degree murder charge. So I want to be clear that there needs to be no intentionality to kill with what is being alleged here. Let's hit a break. When we come back, we'll see more from the crash reconstruction expert, Dr. Judson Welcher. A live look outside of the courthouse as we wait for a verdict in the case against defendant Karen Reed. We have some breaking news in the Sean Diddy Combs federal sex trafficking and racketeering case happening right now in New York. The judge dismissing juror number 6 over inconsistent statements he made about where he lives and who he lives with. The Diddy defense team strongly opposed the juror's dismissal. The judge also says that there's another issue relating to a different juror that they'll be taking up this afternoon. Stay with Court TV for more updates on the situation. Right now, we turn back to Massachusetts and the retrial of defendant Karen Read. We're in a verdict watch, a live look at the courtroom. We've got the fan spinning on the ceiling, and we've got the clock at 2 hours, 34 minutes and counting. Will we see a verdict? Last time, the jury stopped short of a verdict. They were hung, could not come to a decision on the charges. They've got 3 counts to consider: second-degree murder, manslaughter while under the influence of alcohol, and leaving the scene of an accident and personal injury. The top count carries life with the possibility of parole at 15, 20, or 25 years at the court's discretion. A lot at stake here for this defendant. Now, let's go back and listen to some more of the accident reconstructionist, Dr. Judson Welcher.
I would like to talk now about your paint exercise. You did not present, as you have stated, a force calculation with regard to the arm. You did a paint exercise, and what I want to do is to reference, and if we need to bring it up, sir, to refresh you, slides 103 to 120 of your PowerPoint presentation in this trial. I'll just call it the blue paint exercise. Is that descriptive enough for you to know what I'm talking about?
No, it's not an exercise, it's a test.
Okay, you want to call it a blue paint test?
Sure.
Okay, let's call it blue paint test. I just want to try to expedite things and use parlance that we can agree on.
Okay.
So your blue paint test involved painting the right rear taillight blue, correct?
Correct.
Positioning the test subject behind the taillight, correct?
Correct.
With the arm held out, correct?
Correct.
And at a right angle, correct?
Correct.
And then the vehicle, the Lexus SUV, is backed into the test subject, correct?
So I ran 3 different tests.
I know. Well, let's just do each one at a time, okay?
Okay, so you're starting with the last one.
I'll start with whatever one you want.
Okay, stepping aside from this for just a moment, and we want to kind of key in on the top count, because that's where the most at stake exists for defendant Karen Read. Could be life in prison if she's convicted of that count. Let me bring in our legal analyst guests, Tommy Pope and Randolph Rice. I want to clear up, you both are aware of this, but I feel like it's just really worth a repeat in terms of what that charge says in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And the subsection they've alleged here doesn't require any intent to kill another person. Karen Read did not have to intend to kill John O'Keefe. The allegation is just that she intended to do an act, which a reasonable person would know, consisted of a strong likelihood that death could result. Do you both think that the Commonwealth has proven the case when it comes to that charge? Randolph, I'll begin with you, please.
No, not at all. I really don't think that they've got the intent, that she knew that she was causing an act that you, again, I think the more important part of this, that you know would actually cause, reasonably know to cause the death. And the point is that I don't think that they got to the point of proving that she knew that she was backing into John O'Keefe. And that's the problem. You know, the knowledge, the expert, Dr. Welcher can get up there all day long and talk about paint transfer, but not getting in the mind of Karen Read, that's the problem.
I appreciate it, Randolph. Tommy Pope, your thoughts. Have they proven count 1?
I think they, I was thinking about intent, and I think because she was intoxicated, she might not have been able to develop intent. And I understand what you're saying the law says. And so I think there's almost an additional layer of how voluntary intoxication plays in. In South Carolina, that's not a defense. And so knew or should have known. And I think they prove she's reckless. Now, again, I will recognize to the point of taking a life, but it's equivalent to our recklessness here, but it's got a lot heavier penalty than we would see in a involuntary manslaughter, for example.
And we've got count 2, manslaughter while under the influence of alcohol, and count 3, leaving the scene of personal injury. So 3 counts for this jury to consider. Tommy Pope, Randolph Rice, thank you both so much for weighing in for the great legal analysis this morning. We'll see you soon. We're going to hit that break. When we come back, we're going to turn to the defense's accident reconstruction expert. We'll share his testimony and talk about how it may have tipped the scales of justice in the case against defendant Karen Read. Welcome to our second hour of Court TV Live. I'm Julie Grant. This case is over the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe. Let's not forget who the victim is in this case that has become a very highly publicized trial that has become very contentious. Sometimes outside of the courthouse and in various platforms on social media. But what counts is what's presented in the courtroom. What counts is the evidence. What counts is what the jury is able to consider. And that's what we saw during the progression of the trial. I want to show you a live look at the courtroom. That lovely white fan on the ceiling is known all across the country as it is where our cameras have to be fixated when nothing is happening in the courtroom. That is because the jury is in the deliberation room at that courthouse in Dedham, Massachusetts. They're in there for 2 hours and 44 minutes.
Good morning, everybody. I saw there were some people in here earlier. They are deliberating and we're waiting. So I'm going to stream this while we wait. I will pop in every now and then. Again, my summer break just started, so I'm doing all the to-do list items. We had to take care of our heating and air conditioning today. I've got someone coming to help open the pool today, and I got to go run out and go see my dad for Father's Day. I didn't get to go over there yesterday. So I will be around, though. I'll be listening. I'll be in chat. And Carlos and I were talking. We are going to set up a firm schedule to start making our videos together again. I want to dive into the Kohberger court documents. I've heard people talking also about the following the case summary. And I'm familiar with that because we had a local case here that I was curious about, and I couldn't find the actual documents like you can with the Kohberger case, but I could find the case summary. So just through the case summary, you have to do a lot of inferring, like, okay, why did they file this? Why did they have this hearing? And you look at how things are titled and how they're named, and you can kind of assume or, infer what's going on. So I want to look at that for the case too. I did find out that the missing person, Donnell White Jr. here in our town, they did not find any remains or anything while they were digging at the site of his former home. So that just leads to more questions because I guess there were a couple people, the U.S. Marshal told me that there were a couple people that said, like, gave tips that led them to digging in the yard. So those tips didn't turn out. So was that to send them on a goose chase? Was it? I don't know. So now they're probably back to square one. So I'm still going to be putting together some stuff about that. See where they head next. What else is going on? There was a video released, everybody's been watching, about the DoorDash driver in the Idaho 4 case. So a lot of people are, throwing down about, does this add to the guiltiness? Or I just take it for what it is, that possibly the DoorDash driver has been identified, right? The name of the person matches the initials that are in a court document. I don't know. Okay, so we found the DoorDash driver, and when court comes, we will find out what she has to say. I do think, watching that video, because it was a video of her getting pulled over and getting arrested, that Where was I going with that thought? Oh, based on her conditions. I mean, she was saying that she had a lot of physical conditions. I understand that, but I'm sure if there can be ties made between her and that, cartel ring running around over there, which I know some people are already on that path. That scenario in theory has always made the most sense to me. So just to have another person connected in this case be connected to that would just add to why that's what I think. So, but we can speculate all we want. I think the only fact from that is, well, I don't even know if it's a fact yet, but I think the best assumption is that, okay, we found the DoorDash driver. It was interesting that she was pulled over in a white truck because in a lot of the footage, so the footage of, I think the Grub truck, I'm not sure about that one, but the footage where Maddie, Kaylee, and Jack S. are walking from the corner club to the Grub truck, you see a white truck keep circling around. I think there's a white truck on the Linda Lane footage and possibly even the body cam of Banfield. I'm not sure about that one. So, hi, Ro. I know. I keep going back and forth with how the verdict is going to be. Like, part of me is like, oh, they went into that room on Friday and were like, he didn't get hit by a car, not guilty. And because I don't think they were in there that long on Friday. Like, they could have went later. I think they ended before they normally end. And so for the judge to send them home, I'm like, oh, someone speculated that, she has the bailiff or whoever ask them, like, do you have a verdict or where are you at? And if she, I don't think she's supposed to, but if she gets a heads up, she might have been like, okay, go home for the weekend and just to drag it out. But we will see, how long they're out this morning. I didn't catch what time. I have a lot going on over here at my house this morning, so I didn't catch what time they actually went back to deliberate, because it's 10 a.m. here. Court would normally start at 9:15 my time, Eastern time. So have they been back there for an hour? Do you know already? I don't know. We'll see. Or if they're having that same debate, they might be having a lot of discussion about just how to fill out that stupid verdict form. I don't know. My understanding of that form, so there's 3 charges, and I think so it's like charge 1 is second degree murder. So then underneath that, there's you have to be like, yes, this exists. Yes, this next one, yes. And you have to say yes to all of them in order to say guilty for that charge. I believe that's the way it's supposed to work. 9, yeah. If she was on time, right. That's why I was like, I looked right before 10 o'clock and I was like, oh my goodness. What are they doing? But then I went over to another chat and they said, no, they already went back to deliberations. So yeah, I mean, so if you go down that checklist, so that would be the first charge. And then you go to the second charge and it's like manslaughter. And I think while under the influence or something like that. So then again, you have to go through the, say yes to each item. And I know that each charge has involvement with the collision or involvement with the car. So to me, there's no way you could say yes on that item in each one of the charges. So that's why I think it's like a no-brainer. I think a lot of people do that. You couldn't say guilty on any of those charges if you believe that he was not hit with a car. I also think where the confusion comes in is with under the influence because there was video of her drinking. She said she was drinking. I mean, everybody was drinking. I think they did a better job in this trial saying that yes, she was drinking, but her mannerisms and her control level and the way she was acting, like, she was acting normal. Now, we over here at the Aponte household do not condone any level of alcohol consumption and then driving a motor vehicle. Like, we will not. We either one of us won't drink or we will make sure we have a ride for the night. We just stick to that because that's horrible. But I think that the defense did a better job addressing that, or the way they handled it, maybe like not addressing it so much. Hopefully it takes that confusion out, because when they get to that third one, it is, I think, leaving the scene. And that can get tricky, because what if they start debating like, well, she did leave the scene, like no matter how he died. But again, I still think that one says something about vehicle collision. So I could see people interpret things differently. I could see that being a discussion. So hopefully there's someone on that jury that like understood the debacle from the first time and can help them ferret that out. All right, I have another maintenance person over here, so I got to go out and make sure they have what they need, and I will be back. You have a good day, Ro. And I'm going to send myself a link again, so no matter where I'm at, if the verdict comes in, I'm going to jump on. But I will be in chat. All right, see you later. Okay, I popped back on. I was interested to see, I talked about this yesterday, wanting to see footage of the protesters outside. So I think this is this morning. So I'm going to play this and see what they say.
Outside of the courthouse.
That's right. For the first time, we saw Karen Reed supporters joined by people who were holding signs and chanting that she's guilty. WBZ's Penny Commit continues our team coverage from Dedham tonight.
A clash outside the courthouse. For the first time since Karen Reed's murder trial began over 2 months ago, protesters who think she is guilty showed up with signs and a bullhorn, walking through a crowd of pink who believes the exact opposite.
We are done letting the majority win. You stand for the right thing, even if you stand alone.
Even if you stand alone.
For the O'Keefe family, and we stand for John O'Keefe. This is an abomination what's happening. They're treating this like it's a recreational.
Like
act.
it's like
not
fun.
a murder trial.
Like it's all fun.
And you can say with confidence you think Karen Reed killed John O'Keefe.
She admitted it.
The 5-person group said they were here to support the O'Keefe family and alluded to knowing them personally but wouldn't elaborate further. But why now? The protesters say they were mobilized after an incident yesterday where, according to Dedham police, Free Karen Reed supporters showed up to the O'Keefe family's private gathering location and tried to enter. Police say they left without incident.
Maybe, just maybe, we should let the family grieve in peace.
Today's confrontation only energizing the Free Karen Reed group, who say the ambush was unexpected and that they are the ones on the side of truth.
Enough with the bullying. We need to bring back respect, and we need to bring it back now.
They spoke a lot about you guys harassing the family. What's your response to that?
You know, I'm very glad you asked. It's called projection.
Oh, she was fired
So
up.
I knocked on their door, told them to get out the house, hurry up, started yelling, told everybody get out the house, ran back inside, got my kids, went out the back door. That's it. Called 911.
It took crews hours to get those flames under control. Several nearby homes.
They moved on to another story. Let me make sure that was this trial. I thought I looked at the date. Oh, do I have to shrink it? No, I think that was the last hearing where they had that big battle. Oh, well, it's still interesting to watch. I keep looking for some live footage. I need to call them Karen Reed supporters instead of Karen Reed protesters. Let me. All right. So I don't like the browser this is giving me. All right. Well, when I can sit down and really focus on what I'm looking for, it was not an easy search. Like I would think that I could just Google to find the Karen Reed supporters and get some footage of that. So I'll keep looking, but I have to go take care of those couple chores, and I will keep an eye on the feed for a verdict to come in. But like Carlos said in the comments, we might be waiting till Friday again. So I don't know. I'm thinking hung jury for sure. Hoping for not guilty, because I just 1000% don't think he was hit by a car. I think that the defense proved that, even though the defense doesn't need to prove anything, they disproved what the prosecution was claiming, in my opinion, and based on the data and science that was presented. All right. I'll check back later.
And it's in counting. They did about.
Next slide. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is a top-down video from atop of the forklift, or where the arm is suspended, attached to the dummy. So you're going to see the vehicle enter from the bottom into going to the top of the screen.
Next slide. What is this view?
This is just another perspective. This is a slow motion video where you'll see the Lexus in reverse. I think this one actually has kind of a long build up before it starts here.
And could we go to the next slide, please? And what is this?
So this is a perspective from the high-speed camera, so a slow motion video with the Lexus reversing into the ATD arm at 24 miles per hour.
Before you play this, Dr. Wolf, I failed to ask this. It may be obvious. After each of the tests, C, D, E, F, were you replacing the taillight with new exemplar taillights that had been temperature accounted for?
Yes, every test had a new set of quarter panel taillights, as well as liftgate taillights. And even in the test where the taillight in the 50-mile-an-hour test where the taillight was not damaged, we still put on new taillights. We did not repurpose or reuse any of the taillights.
Okay, thank you. If you could play this for us, please. Next slide. In this configuration, was the ATD outfitted with the hoodie that you earlier described?
Yes.
At the time you outfitted the ATD with the hoodie in this configuration before this test E, did you confirm that the sleeve, the right sleeve, was damaged or undamaged?
After this test?
No, before.
Before it was undamaged before the test.
Okay. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is still frames from the high speed. So starting out on the left here, just at contact. So the forearm making contact with the liftgate taillight, and then the upper part of the forearm and the elbow making contact, a direct hit into the quarter panel taillight. And the middle here is just after contact, and on the right is post contact.
Thank you. Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this video or in this picture?
So this is a overall photograph depicting the taillights subsequent to this test at 24 miles per hour. I will note that there's no damage to the liftgate taillight, and then there is damage to the quarter panel taillight.
Is there any damage to the internal diffusers on this taillight?
So if I go to the next photograph, if I may.
Please.
So you can see here, there is this kind of thicker, it's actually not a crack. So I'm looking at the clear diffuser here with the dots that you see. This line that you see, kind of opaque. I don't know if you've got a laser pointer to.
Donna, may I?
Yes.
Just so there's no confusion, thank you. So the line right here that's part of the assembly. So that's just a part of how the plastic is molded. There's a very small crack right here in the underlying diffuser, but all of the remaining part of the diffuser in terms of this portion here and here are all intact, and same with this portion of it.
What about the chrome piece that's running between the diffusers?
I don't believe that was damaged during this test, no.
And what about the clear acrylic toward the top left of that taillight housing?
It was partially fractured, but not the entire outer portion of it.
Next slide, please. What is this depicting?
So this is a photograph depicting the quarter panel taillight subsequent to the 24-mile-an-hour impact test with the ATD arm compared to that of the subject taillight.
Based on this test, were you able to reach any opinions and conclusions as to whether the damage to the subject taillight is consistent with striking John O'Keefe's arm at 24 miles an hour?
Sustained in that form.
Were you able to reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether the damage to the subject taillight is consistent with striking an arm at 24 miles per hour?
Based upon the test results, it's inconsistent with striking an arm.
On what do you base that opinion?
I base it upon the test results that I've shown in terms of the video and the data acquisition.
Can you describe that in a little bit more detail?
So during this test, we had the instrumented hybrid arm outstretched from the test dummy with the accelerometer on the hand and the forearm. We had data acquisition on the vehicle, monitoring the speeds of the vehicle. We accelerated that vehicle into the arm at 24 miles an hour to conduct a dynamic impact test to collect data certainly about the acceleration that the arm experienced, but then also make observations about the damage that we observed to the taillight.
Do you hold that opinion that we've just discussed to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
And were your tests conducted in accordance with methodologies that are generally accepted in the field of accident reconstruction in this particular test cycle?
Yes.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this series of photos?
So these are photographs depicting, excuse me, the test clothing. Again, prior to the test, there were no holes or damage to the sweatshirt. That was the same post-test. We did not make any observations with respect to any fraying, holes, punctures to the material of the sleeve.
Was there any damage whatsoever observed on the right sleeve of that ATD?
No.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in terms of this graph?
So what you're looking at in this graph is the acceleration of the hand reaching a peak acceleration just after 10 milliseconds of approximately 435 Gs.
Next slide. What are we looking at here?
This is the acceleration of the arm during this 24-mile-an-hour impact test, reaching peak Gs of about 300 at 4 milliseconds.
And the next slide. What is this delta V graph showing us?
So this is showing the change in speed of the hand as a result of the impact, ultimately getting up to approximately 24 miles an hour, which again is the impact velocity of the Lexus.
And how fast did it get up to 24 miles an hour?
In probably about 10 milliseconds or less.
Next slide, please. And what is this delta V showing us?
This is showing the change in speed of the arm going to about just over, looks like about 22 miles per hour at about 10 milliseconds. So total window of time of about 8 milliseconds that it took to get up to that 22 mile an hour speed or so.
Understood. And next slide, please. Did you undertake, by the way, another question. On that, when the ATD was oriented in test E, as an echo, where it was standing with its right arm out, and the impact was on the right arm. What happened to the mass of the body of the ATD?
It rotated.
Was it projected at all off to the side?
No,
Was it projected rearward?
no.
Was that rotation expected based on your experience?
Yes.
What is the 29 mile an hour impact test in test F?
So this was a test that we conducted with a what's known as a rescue Randy or a test dummy that was a full-on impact to the right rear corner of the Lexus.
Let's take a look at the next slide, please. With regard to test E, if I could please ask you about.
We're going to hear more from Dr. Daniel Wolf, the defense's crash reconstruction expert, right after this break. We thank you for being with us here on Court TV Live. We'll be right back.
Brutal murders of 4 University of Idaho students.
Oh my God, this doesn't happen here.
Detectives arrested 28-year-old Brian Kohlberger. You could tell there was something off about him. He was stalking them. He was hunting them.
Forget about motive. We don't even have a connection.
This trial will be on Court TV.
And I pray that we have justice.
The Idaho College Student Murders Trial. Live coverage begins this August, only on Court TV.
much for being with us here on Court TV Live. I'm Julie Grant. I want to show you the trials we're tracking for you across the country. Testimony is back underway in Sean Diddy Combs' federal sex trafficking and racketeering case. A juror was dismissed earlier this morning. His defense team not happy about it. Updates for you on that one throughout the day. In South Carolina, there's no court today in the trial for this defendant, Megan Jackson. She is accused in what we're calling the coroner affair murder case. Her defense is choosing to put on a case. They're going to begin their presentation tomorrow morning. And in Massachusetts, we continue on that verdict watch in defendant Karen Reed's retrial. This case is over the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe. The jury has surpassed the 3-hour deliberation mark, and we're revisiting the best moments from the defense's crash reconstruction expert this hour, Dr. Daniel Wolf from ARCA. Let's go back in and listen to some more now from him.
I will go back to that test, even though we're looking at this one. With test E, was that reflective of a direct impact on the arm itself,
Correct, right in the area of the elbow to the quarter panel taillight.
as opposed to a side swipe on the arm?
Correct, yes.
Thank you. Did you undertake to test a direct impact on the body of the ATD in this test?
Of the Rescue Randy dummy?
Yes.
Yes.
What are we looking at here?
So this is the intended impact configuration with the Rescue Randy suspended here by the forklift, and again, kind of in the path of the profile at that right rear corner.
How much does this test dummy weigh?
Approximately 200 pounds.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this photograph?
So this is a video. We had a little bit of a false start, so our high speeds weren't triggered, but thankfully we were able to pull our surveillance video to get at least an overall video of the test taking place.
Do you have, or well, let me ask you that did you intend to have high-speed video just like you've had in every other test?
Yes.
What went wrong? Something
Just
didn't get
miscommunication between the driver and the rest of the test engineers.
Got it.
So false start.
Okay. Was the taillight housing reassembled for this test?
Yes, it had a preconditioned new set of taillights on it.
And other than the taillight being damaged several times that we've seen, was there any other damage to the rear of that exemplar vehicle?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. Other than the taillight damage that you rotated through in your testing, C through F, was there any other inherent damage to the tail the lift gate that existed when the exemplar vehicle was received by you?
When it was received, no, it was
Okay.
in good condition. No defects or damage were noted.
Okay. What are we going to expect to see in this video?
So in this video, you'll see in the surveillance video, the Lexus will come from the right to left, strike the Rescue Randy, and then you'll see the Rescue Randy projected and slide on the ground.
Okay. Can you play that one more time, please? Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this series of photographs?
So this is a extract from our VBox software and data acquisition system. So on the top, you'll see the video. On the bottom is the data. So this is another feed that we had of video. This was triggered. So we do have data from this perspective. So what you'll see is my colleague will move away from the assembly with the dry ice, and then the vehicle will accelerate in reverse.
That was my question. The blue, that's dry ice, gloves.
You can't, you don't want to touch dry ice with your bare hands. So it's, he's wearing gloves. He's capturing the thermal images now.
Next slide, please. And what are we looking at in this?
So these are extracted frames from that video you just saw from the data acquisition system. So on the left here is just before contact between the test dummy and the Lexus. On the right is just at contact.
Next slide, please. And what are we seeing in these series of photos?
So this is obviously during the collision sequence. The body now has loaded into the lift gate and the back window. What you're seeing here is the back window shattering. And this is just a few split second later in time where, again, the body is continuing to move with the vehicle as it's contacted.
Next slide. And what is this?
This depicts the post-impact damage to the rear of the Lexus. As I noted, the rear window is completely shattered. There's deformation and crush to the liftgate section of the vehicle. The bumper step was popped out, and then there was some minor fracturing in the bumper cover at the lower level.
Did you note anything regarding the internal components of the exemplar taillight, even at this direct impact?
So the taillight, as you can see, it blew out the outer lens cover. I believe the part of the clear diffusers were actually still in place. I think the lower one might have been fractured here, but I think the upper one was still in place.
At 29 miles an hour with a direct impact, did the exemplar taillight exhibit the same type of damage to the diffuser as the subject taillight?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
More or less damage in this photo to the diffuser specifically than in the subject taillight?
Well, I think there was more in the subject taillight. As I mentioned, I believe the top diffuser on this
damage?
Was correct.
Okay. That was my question. And is there another slide at the on the back end of this one?
That's it.
Okay. We can have the lights. Dr. Wolf, you conducted tests at what miles per hour? Tell me the sequence.
It would be 10 miles per hour, 17 miles per hour, 15 miles per hour, 29 miles per hour, 24 miles per hour, and then a full-on hit at 29 miles per hour.
Regarding all of the tests you conducted, what did you observe with regard to the damage, if any, to the internal components of the quarter panel taillight? And I'm talking about the chrome pieces and the diffusers.
It was less in all of the tested taillights than that of the subject taillight.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether the damage to the right rear taillight of the subject 2021 Lexus is consistent with an impact to John O'Keefe's right arm during a high-speed reversing maneuver?
Sustained in that form, Mr. Jackson.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether the damage to the right rear taillight of the subject vehicle is consistent or inconsistent with an impact to a right arm during a high-speed reversing maneuver?
It was inconsistent.
What's the basis for that opinion?
All of the test data that we did from the laboratory testing, moving up to full-scale vehicle testing, all of the collected data in terms of the photographs, the observations, all the acceleration data collected. So all of the testing that we've walked through in this PowerPoint, along with certainly that was based upon all generally accepted and peer-reviewed methodologies in the accident reconstruction community.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty based on your experience, training, and education?
Yes.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions as to relating to the punctures, holes in the hoodie that you saw that was related to John O'Keefe?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion or conclusion as to whether or not the damage that you saw to the hoodie related to John O'Keefe is consistent or inconsistent with a impact from a right rear taillight of the subject SUV?
It was inconsistent.
And what do you base that opinion on?
Based upon all of the impact testing that we did with the clothed ATD arm in the laboratory as well as the field.
In any of the testing that you did you ever see taillight pieces cut, puncture, or fray the sleeve of that hoodie?
No.
The exemplar hoodie, I should say.
Correct.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether the rear taillight of the subject SUV was involved in a center of mass strike of a pedestrian at a high speed rearward maneuver?
Yes.
What is your opinion?
That the damage to the subject Lexus is inconsistent with a center of mass hit.
What do you base that opinion on?
The testing that we conducted in that last test that you just saw.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, Dr. Wolf?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I want.
All right. Is this a good place for a break, or do you want to get started?
All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to step aside from this testimony for a moment to bring in our law enforcement expert analyst, Sonny Slaughter, watching along, someone who watched trial number 1 and trial number 2 for us. Sonny, good morning to you. In terms of what the defense presented, in terms of their accident reconstruction expert, Dr. Daniel Wolf from ARCA, what, if anything, do you think he shared tipped the scales of justice toward defendant Karen Read?
Good morning, Julie. Thank you for having me again. And thank you this morning for your initial commentary focusing on John O'Keefe, the victim in this case. You have done excellent in doing that. I know you have a question. I'm going to answer it, but I wanted to say thank you for always focusing on the victim.
Thank
in
you,
terms
Sonny.
of this particular, oh, you're welcome. In terms of this particular expert and what tipped the scales, I don't know if anything tipped the scales in her defense, because from this expert, what I actually got was that he leaned towards the Commonwealth in that explanation for what they were doing in the reconstruction of this particular scenario. I don't think he overly harmed her, but I also don't think he did anything to say that this actually didn't happen because of all of the different scenarios that they just showed. Now, I'm a former EMT from New Jersey. There's a plaque behind me on the wall given by the governor. So I've been to actual crime scenes, hit and runs, murder scenes with a hit and run vehicles. And I did not take away with all of the things that people think that he did in terms of helping the case. I think he might not have harmed her dramatically, but I also think he opened the door to what the Commonwealth was saying.
Wow, Sonny, I had no idea you were an EMT. I think our Cordies just learned something new about you, a little known fact, and something else that's highly impressive about your already impressive career. Wow. Tell me, I want to go back to something you touched on, how you felt that, and I've heard others say this as well, that the defense presentation, because it focused so heavily on the event in question, that repetition in the minds of the jurors may not have had the intended effect. And you, in addition to training law enforcement officers, are also a jury consultant too, and firms and lawyers will hire you to weigh in on things that can be effective. If you were consulting for the defense, I'm curious if you would have told them to eliminate that video presentation or adjust it in any way.
Thank you for that question. I think I would have had them really think about what diverse perspectives would see. I actually do more of my work for the defense. So I would have probably said, do you think that everyone from their perspective and from their personal experience will see what you are trying to depict with portions of this video? Because when they talk about the shoe coming off on John O'Keefe's foot and it not being there, I've heard people say, oh, well, that's not a real thing. Remember, this is a reenactment, not an actual event. However, the shoe coming off is something that I have personally seen at crime scenes and at accidents involving this type of thing. So I might have told them not to use that portion of it and to not rely so heavily on some of the dynamics that they had in trying to so discount what the Commonwealth was saying wasn't true, but to focus more on their response to things, how they see it. And I think that's what juries are going to be doing. They're going to be looking from their own perspective, like we all are from this case, our own personal experiences, things that we know, that we've seen. And I think I would have told them to not use all of the clips from that Reconstructionist video, because it doesn't tell the story for me that I know based on my experiences, exposure, and expertise.
Wow, really excellent and insightful analysis from you, as always. Sunny Slaughter, thank you kindly for weighing in. We're going to hit a break, and when we come back, we have two very special guests who are going to be joining us. One of them is a dear friend of Officer John O'Keefe, and the other is one of his cousins. They're going to join me live after the break. Don't go away. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julie Grant. We're looking at the verdict clock, and we're at 3 hours, 22 minutes and counting of jury deliberations in the case against defendant Karen Read. And what we want to do right now is take some time to remember what this case is really about. The beautiful life that was lost, the life that belonged to Officer John O'Keefe. He was a son, he was a brother, he was an uncle, he was dad to his niece and nephew. He was a dear friend to so many people. And I'm so honored to have with me on the show this morning 2 people who love him dearly and miss him dearly. And they're hoping for justice in this case. I want to welcome on now John's dear friend, Jackie Dugal, and his cousin, Renee Resitano. Good morning to you both. And Jackie, I know you and I have met before. You've come on the show before. Renee, this is the first time that you and I are meeting. So I want to start just saying person to person. I know you're John's cousin. I am so sorry for your loss. I know this has been really tough for you all. Jackie and I have spoken about it. And so let's start there. Let's start with what it's like missing him for you ladies, what it's like missing John and the void that him being gone has left in your hearts. Jackie, would you start us off, please?
I just think that the start of this verdict watch really puts things in perspective. You know, every day we kind of go into what's happening in court today, but now that it's over, we start to think about him again in this way that we were unable to during the trial. And it's just such a emotional day, emotional feeling for it to be in the hands of the 12 jurors. And, you know, you're here and we're putting up pictures. His friends have printed out pictures and put them on all the tables. And it's really about remembering him and you know, hoping for justice.
Oh, that's so sweet. So you were at a local VFW there in Dedham with pictures of John all over the table so that everyone can look at him and remember him as you were all together hoping and praying for justice. That's a beautiful thing to be together at such a stressful time. Renee, what's it been like for you? What's it been like missing your cousin John?
I mean, the void is just unimaginable, but I'm just going to say what Jackie said. I think it's just really nice for us all to be together and just to go back on those moments of who he was and as a person and remembering those like funny moments. I mean, me and a couple of my cousins were just talking this morning how much like his jokes we miss, his laughter we miss. And yeah, it's a shame that he's not here with us.
Right. From what I've heard, Renee, he was funny. He was so funny. That's what Jackie and some other dear friends of John's had shared with us on the program some time ago. And when you think about his spirit, tell me, what would be going on in his life right now? If he were alive today and still living life, Renee, what do you think he would be up to? What do you think he would be doing? What do you think some of his goals would be if he were still here?
I mean, that I can only imagine, but I know he would be very excited for Patrick just to graduate 8th grade today. Haley going to her junior prom last couple weeks ago. I know he would be very involved with them. And just making sure that we're all, you know, together. Like,
He'd be playing golf.
Playing golf.
Yeah. His dad and brother and all the tournaments, and he loved that. And, you know, just the light of his life with those, you know, those kids in there doing so great and really moving forward in their lives. And, you know, they miss him a ton. I know, unimaginable loss. And, you know, he'd be there with them and being the fun uncle and big support for him and for the whole family.
Right, right. And Jackie, we've spoken about this before, and I think it's definitely worth revisiting for anybody who missed the segment when you were on before. John's legacy, his life and his legacy as someone so close to him. You've been a dear friend for such a long time. What would you say John's legacy is?
Just to treat other people the way you want to be treated. He would honestly do everything and anything he could to help a friend in need. I said this the other day. If my husband needed anything, if he was in need and his family is a little bit further away, the first person I would call would be John. I know he would be there in a heartbeat. And that is how he was with everyone. Family, friends, anyone who really needed help. That's his legacy.
Yeah, he was a helper. And that's interesting. During the trial, we saw Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan note that very clearly at the outset of the closing arguments for the jury, that this was a helper. This trial was about a helper in need of help, was effectively, what he said to the members of the jury. Renee, I want to ask you the same question about John's legacy, please. What would you say his legacy is?
I mean, just like being kind. And I think just after these last 3 years, we just see so many people, just strangers reaching out and just, thinking of you and praying for you. Just to be there for one another.
Kindness,
Just always
helping.
have to, kindness.
Right.
Yeah.
Compassion, yes. No.
Doing good by one another.
Tell me the hardest part about this time right now, this waiting time. I know that it's very stressful, it's nerve-wracking, and for both of you, Jackie and Renee, it's especially nerve-wracking because this was your loved one. This is someone that you care deeply about, that you miss every day. And you've been through 2 trials. This is trial number 2. What's been the hardest part about going through this process of getting justice for John? Jackie, to you first, please.
A loaded question. I think there's so many different aspects of it, even just going today and the crowd of people there, and you have to walk through, and coming back here even, and just stepping here where we were last year. It's a weird emotional feeling, and we're just glad we're all together for it. I've honestly, one of the silver linings is that, I know John's family a lot deeper now, and they're all so wonderful, and they all miss him so much. And I'm just happy to be here to support them, whatever they need. It's there's a lot, but it's all worth it if we're here together and in support of justice.
You have each other. You're leaning on each other. And we want to hear your answer, Renee. I'm being told we need to hit a break. If you can stay with us, and on the other side, I want to ask you, please, what's been the most difficult part going through the trial process as we continue on the verdict watch today here together? We'll be right back as we continue remembering Officer John O'Keefe.
Coming soon to Court TV.
It's the biggest story that we're covering.
These murders have shaken our community.
He is the boogeyman.
So many eyes have been on Donna Adelson from the beginning. It's terrible. A social media sensation, now a suspected killer.
Why do you have something against me?
She wrote a children's book about her husband's death. Now she's accused of killing him.
The high-stakes trials you don't want to miss. Coming soon. Only on Court TV.
Welcome back. We want to continue the conversation now with two people very close to Officer John O'Keefe, his cousin, Renee Risitano, and his friend, Jackie Dugal. Ladies, thank you for your patience and your time this morning. I know this is a tough day, and before the break, we left off with talking about what's been the toughest part of going through this quest for justice through the criminal justice system and trial number 2. Renee, what's been toughest for you?
I mean, I always say this. I think the hardest part is being forgotten about. And, you know, when we're supporting one another through the trials, as family members and friends, we get called murderers, we get booed on just by supporting one another and wanting justice for Johnny. But he's not being remembered on who he was, and he's just being forgotten about for this whole thing. And I think that's the biggest tragedy out of this, everything.
Mm-hmm. Right. I've never seen a homicide case play out like this. I've never, ever seen a victim's family, loved ones being harassed and bullied. That has to be awful. And I'm so sorry that you experienced that, Renee. That is awful. And I admire your strength and courage. Jackie, you as well. Would you speak to how so many family and friends and loved ones are strongly supporting John? But it may not be quite as overt as the sign holding and the loud protesting and the things like that sometimes get picked up by the cameras. Jackie, would you speak to that? What we're not seeing, the strong support for John that is there?
Yeah, we obviously have a good support at the courtroom, and, but you know, people don't see the messages or the texts from family and friends and people we don't know. You know, the letters that are written to the family that they get at the courtroom, and pictures of John that people have painted. And, you know, we do feel like we have a strong, silent backing. And it's always nice to hear. Thank you so much for letting us come on and remember John again. And, you know, it's always nice to hear, but we know that there are plethora of people behind us, strong, silent, and waiting for justice.
Mm-hmm. Yes, so many supporters, you know, that it's not a contest, right? It's not a contest out there. You know, the support is there and you've seen it, and these might not be the loudest people and may not be the ones who are trying to flood social media with comments, but they are there. Renee, tell us about that, please. What is it like to have the strong showing of support that you do have, even though it may not be the loudest voices out there, but in terms of sincerity and hope and comfort and encouragement? What is your network of support like?
I mean, it just means the world to have those simple messages. People donating, you know, money just so we can get lunch while we wait, and just for seeing if we need anything, bringing us food during the trial days. Moments like that just means the world to our family and friends.
I'm sure it does. Well, and I see a lot of support. I've been on social media for years and years, and will be after this case. And I see so many people that are exuding so much love and support and encouragement for John O'Keefe, and understand that he is the victim and know that he isn't being forgotten. And I thank you both for taking the time out of your day at a time that's stressful to honor him, and we'll continue to do that on this program. Renee Risitano, Jackie Dugal, thank you so much. We'll be back with a report from Vinnie Politan and Matt Johnson.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ted Rollins. Good to be with you on this Monday, where everyone's on pins and needles, especially in Dedham, Massachusetts. It's the first full day of deliberations in the Karen Read murder retrial, and we are ready to roll. If we hear anything from this jury, a question, of course, if there's a verdict, there are people from around the country there outside the courthouse. A lot of folks there from Dedham too, and people monitoring this, waiting for that text alert, that Court TV alert that there's a verdict. Boy, people have their phones on. They may be working, but they're distracted, that's for sure. Joining us live outside the courthouse in Dedham, Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson. Let's start off with the mood outside the courthouse today.
Well, it's very loud. There is even more people than on Friday, which was the first day of verdict watch. It all comes down to this. Everyone, as you mentioned, on pins and needles here at the courthouse in Dedham Square, waiting for any sign of a question or a verdict. They're also watching very closely to see if the vehicles for Karen Read will arrive, meaning that she has to go in to face her jury for said question or verdict. Just a few moments ago, she left the courthouse here behind me after her team filed yet another motion asking for an alteration to the lengthy verdict form. Let's listen in on what she had to say just moments ago to Court TV and other media.
Yeah, they're coming. There was no preparation this weekend. What did you do for the weekend now that you don't have to prepare anymore?
We wrote a motion to reconsider the verdict slip that was just denied without a hearing.
You want more boxes added to that verdict slip, the lesser included.
Yes.
Can you explain why that's important to you?
I think what happened last year with the same verdict form explains that the jurors themselves wanted confusing, and it said as much. So we just wanted to avoid that again, and apparently we'll keep moving forward and
Overall feelings heading into today, Karen?
I feel well, I feel strong, and the jury will do the right thing.
And after that, she went to David Yannetti's office. He has an office not only in Boston, but here in the Dedham area. It's about 10 minutes away from the courthouse. All of her supporters lining the streets within the buffer zone, but that buffer zone has been lifted of sorts to where they can stand there and be silent without their signs. They show hand symbols in solidarity with Karen Read. It's also a very interesting mood here at the courthouse as everyone is now scattered trying to find some shade. It's very hot here in Dedham, Massachusetts today. Across the way, we see added security staff over at this very tiny, historic 300-year-old courthouse. And out in front, there's additional state troopers to keep the peace as well. Ted.
Wow. What a scene indeed. Let's talk about the jury, because one of the extraordinary things about this trial is all the jurors that were originally picked ended up completing the entire trial. We didn't have people either getting sick or getting bounced. So remind us about the deliberating jury.
Yeah, this was an 11 to 12-week process for most of these jurors that sat through the process start to finish, that included 49 witnesses from both sides and also 8 weeks of testimony. You had some jurors that waited 3 weeks to just hear those opening statements. We did not lose one juror. It was split right in half, 9 men and 9 women in the box hearing testimony and looking at the evidence, 18 people, and then that was brought down to 12 for this deliberating juror. They were selected by that historic brown wooden rotary box where the alternates were selected, the 6 that will not be making the decision in this case. But here is the deciding jury: 7 women and 5 men. The 4-person was chosen by the court. We saw that last year. A lot of evidence to go through again as they're back there in that jury room, today being the very first full day of this verdict watch. They, of course, got in about 2 hours on Friday when they first got the case, Ted.
And now up over the 3-hour mark, approaching 4. As it continues to tick, we all continue to and wait with anticipation. And Matt will be there, obviously, throughout this entire process. Matt, thank you. We'll be checking in with Matt throughout the day, as we always do. Joseph Tully's watching along with us. He's a criminal defense attorney in California. All right, Joseph, a quick verdict Is that good for Karen Reed if they come back in the next few hours here? Or what's your take? And overall, give us a sense of what it's like to be waiting and waiting and waiting. And this process could just be getting underway. Who knows how long it's going to take to 3 days last time around. Your thoughts?
Well, a quick verdict, most of the time is good for the defense, but sometimes it isn't. I think the best and most seasoned trial attorneys will always tell you, look, you can't ever tell what a jury's thinking. I mean, the closest that you get is when they come into the courtroom to deliver the verdict. If some of the jurors that seemed friendly to you won't make eye contact, that's bad. If they come in and sometimes they'll have a stare or maybe even a smile, they'll smile at your client's family, smile at your client, that's good. So a quick verdict usually is good for the defense. I think here, you know, as I said early on, this did devolve into or evolve into a battle of the experts after the first trial. The prosecution said, look, don't take my word for it. Here's the experts. The defense did the same thing. So I think, you know, you're just always sick when you're waiting for a juror's verdict. Sometimes I'm in court and they'll have a light that goes on for an unrelated trial, and that light goes off and your body just kind of, you know, you get this flood of adrenaline. So I know that's what both sides are going through right now.
Yeah, both sides have put in so much work, and now there's nothing to do. Yeah, the Reed team filed a motion today, but overall, not much to do. Let's talk about that motion they filed today. They want a different verdict form because last time around there was confusion around it. The jurors that came forward said they had actually come to unanimous verdicts on the top two charges, and those were not guilty verdicts. What do you think can be done here to prevent that? And that is, let's say that the jury comes back and says, hey, we are deadlocked. Will the court, if you were Karen Reed's team, will you insist on some sort of polling to make sure that they have not come to any agreements on any of the charges?
Yes, you will not see the defense sit idly by if it happens again. The defense will ask the judge to poll the jury and will take every effort to make sure that they know exactly what's going on. And had they done so the first time and had it become known on the record that the jury had voted not guilty on the murder charges, this retrial would have been significantly different. Instead, even though they had juror affidavits saying, hey, look, we voted not guilty on the murder charge, basically the legal argument against him was, well, it wasn't on the record in court, therefore it doesn't matter. So you won't see a repeat of that mistake again.
Yeah, and that withstood the appeals all the way through the Massachusetts Supreme Court. The U.S. Supreme Court refused to intervene, but they may down the road, depending on where all this goes. Joseph, stand by. Let's head back now to Dedham. We talked to Matt, who is up on the courthouse steps. Now it's time to get in with the people, in the middle of the people. That's where we find, there he is, lead anchor, Vinny Politan. All right, Vinny, we've covered a lot of trials. This is different. There are, there were people outside courthouses before, like a Scott Peterson, but they were there for the lynching. This has people on both sides, and it is unique. Give us your perspective of it and set the scene from your perspective.
All right, Ted. Great to see you, Ted. Sunny day here. I mean, it's absolutely beautiful. I don't know if the weather is adding to it, but there are so many people here. It is a literal sea of pink. I don't see people for the other side. This is one-sided. You and I were there for the Scott Peterson trial, Ted, and I remember how many people were there, and I was like, oh, my goodness. It pales into comparison to what we see here today, the number of people that have come here. I'm going to walk you through the crowd, Ted, so get ready. Just be careful. Watch your step here with the camera. We're going to go down nice and slow. We're not going to go fast. But as we walk through the crowd, first let me show you down this way because it starts on this side down here, okay? They're here all day. Everyone here, I believe, is expecting a quick verdict. They think it's happening today. Now, I don't know if it's happening today. They don't know if it's happening today. I don't even know if the jury knows if it's happening today because we don't know what's happening in that room, but it can happen at any moment. But as you walk through here, the one sense you get is that they expect not guilty. They absolutely are locked in on not guilty. And you wonder, what will the reaction be, right? What is the reaction if it is not guilty? What would the reaction be if it is guilty? That's what I want to find out. So let's talk to some of the folks. Can I talk to some of the folks, Ted? You want to hear from the folks?
Please, that's what I would. Yes, absolutely.
Ted wants to hear from the folks. Okay, here we go. The pink ladies, let me ask you. If it's not guilty, what happens here in the streets of Dedham?
We're not going to be happy.
If it's not guilty?
We come back and
Yeah.
do it again.
No, if she's not guilty. Oh, if it's not guilty.
Okay, Ted, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry, Ted. Can we do another take on that, Ted?
Yes, take two.
Wait, I'll walk up again. Let's walk up again. Take two. Okay, so what do you think the reaction is going to be here in the streets of Dedham if the jury comes back not guilty?
Are you kidding me? It's going to be party in the streets. Yes.
But you can't. Shh, but you can't scream now, right? You still have to be.
Oh, please. If Karen comes back and it comes back not guilty, this place is going to be joy. It's going to be wild. It's going to be tears. It's going to be happiness, relief, the pressure that we've all felt, and the anxiety and the frustration and the corruption and everything that we've been feeling for all this time is going to be worth it in the end if we finally are able to see Karen get the justice that she deserves.
Now, Ted, I don't know if you can notice, but the lipstick actually matches the shirt.
That's right. This is not
Well,
my first rodeo.
all right, not first rodeo. Let me ask you a question. Who wants to speak here?
I will.
You'll speak. I want to ask you on the other side. If this jury comes back and says guilty,
Yeah.
what do you think happens here in the streets of Dedham?
Sad, very sad time, because we all know she's not guilty. He wasn't hit by a car, and John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. It's very simple. But if they do come back guilty, we'll all be very saddened, and there'll be a lot of I don't know. What else can I say?
No, that's interesting. I just want the truth. That's all we want is the truth, right?
Yeah.
All right.
We want the truth. And it's too bad that they don't find the truth and actually go after the people that actually did kill John O'Keefe. Because now you've got an innocent woman being framed, and people that did it are getting away with murder. And that's just not right.
Okay. Thank you so much. All right. We're going to walk further down here. You see some of the stars and stripes, Ted. You can see those as well. This is, Ted, I'm going to show you the VIP section. You ready, Ted?
Yes.
These folks, you got to get here early.
They got
to get
shade.
the lawn
Oh,
chairs.
yeah.
6 a.m. 6 a.m. they got here to get the spot under the tree. You got the shade. You're ready. I just haven't seen any of the waiters or waitresses coming by yet to serve them lunch, but I'm
I have
sure
a
that's
feeling
just
they
around the
brought
corner.
their own in
Let me
those
ask.
tumblers, but
Yeah, they brought some of their own refreshments. That is true, Ted. Here's crackers right here. Okay. She does not want to be on camera, but this guy does. Ted.
Oh, I've seen that dude.
You ready, Ted, for the best dressed man? Best dressed man right here. There's my man. How's it going?
Going good.
Let me ask you, how long did it take you to decide what you were going to wear for the verdict watch today?
I just open up the closet and just pick what I feel. Yeah.
Will you come every day? Because, the verdict may not be today. It could be in any minute, any moment, but it may not be today. Will you be here tomorrow?
I'll be here as long as it takes.
As long as it takes.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. I mean, I'm so jealous, Ted. I'm so jealous that he's got that outfit and I don't have that outfit. Are you guys going to come every day?
Yeah, I would like to. As long as it takes.
As long as it takes?
As long as it takes.
Are you using vacation days today or?
I'm off today. Business, but.
Okay. No, I'm just wondering.
I don't know.
No, I'm just wondering because it takes time to be here. Right.
Yeah, shindigs.
Right. Like, to me, that
Jobs. Just quit your jobs.
well, to me, it demonstrates the level of belief, right, and concern that you have that you would take your own personal time to come here. I mean, that's making a statement.
Yeah.
I believe. Okay. But you'll be here every day.
Be here every day.
We'll take attendance. Make sure you're here.
Right.
All right. So, Ted, the other thing that is really interesting, everyone's got a camera, right? Which is awesome. Can I speak with you?
Sure.
Let me ask you, why do you think so many show up? Like so many. I've never seen this. The closest to we would get to this, Ted, is this probably close to Michael Jackson, maybe?
Yes, absolutely. Yep.
Yeah, this is, and that was the world's most famous celebrity. This is Karen Reed. Nobody knew her before this. Why so many people?
I think people are just convicted in what they believe. Whether you feel for the family, which I do, but I don't believe she did it. And people are strong about that. They don't want it to happen to me or you or anybody just because someone's covering up for something, which could be or may not be. I don't know. But
the jury will tell us, right?
I guess so.
Well, hopefully the jury will tell us. Ted, the other thing, I've spoken to folks earlier today, and there are people coming in from different states. There was a family on vacation from Nebraska, made sure to make this one of their stops coming through. So the interest, yes, is extremely high locally, but I think second time around, what is different is how it has spread nationally. And that interest now has brought some folks to Dedham, which is it's a nice town. It's historic and everything, but it's not necessarily a vacation destination town.
It's not on your tourist list of things to do.
No,
until
you
now.
might go to Cape Cod, you might go to the city, but like to Dedham. But this is where the story is. This is where the action is. And this is where, again, it's everyone's wearing pink just about. Should I find some? Yeah. Now, is that actually pink or is that?
This is hot pink.
That's salmon.
No, this is fuchsia.
That is salmon.
This is fuchsia.
Okay. Fuchsia.
You're awesome. You're doing great.
Thank you. What are your expectations about when you believe this moment will happen?
I believe by the end of the day, they'll have a verdict and then they'll come back in the morning with it.
They're going to sleep on it.
I believe so. I'm praying it's today, but who knows?
Okay.
We're just hopeful for a not guilty, not guilty, not guilty for Karen.
Not guilty.
All right, you just got a fourth not guilty over there. Ted, and like I said, Ted, most of the people I've spoken to expect it to happen today. They really feel that strongly about the case. And I think a lot of them were very impressed with Alan Jackson's closing argument. Obviously, we've been watching him for years, Ted, and you watched him out in L.A. Many years before this. So I think that had a lot of impact on the opinions of people here because of the strength of Alan Jackson's closing argument. But I'm trying to remind
he delivered a
that,
doozy. I mean, that close was as tight as you could get with the emotion in the right spots, the length. But Hank Brennan came back too. There doesn't seem to be, Vinny, correct me if I'm wrong, anybody thinking that this is going to be a hung jury, which to me, if I'm going to lay down some money, that's where I'm going.
Right. And what I try to remind people is that as much as they see the evidence as being so clean cut, let's turn around. You see what's happening here. Someone came down the street honking their horn, and now they get approached by police because this is you notice how quiet everyone is, Ted? Like you've got hundreds and hundreds of people here that are remaining quiet. A car comes through, honking the horn. Police immediately emerge on them because not everyone understands what the buffer zone is and what it isn't. Usually you see a demonstration, you show your support, you honk the horn. Not here in Dedham, you can't do that. They don't want anything to influence the jury, which is in this old historic courthouse with very thin walls where they.
Is there
hear
any way,
everything.
Vinny, that this jury doesn't know what's happening outside the courthouse?
I would say no. I would say no. I would say if you live in the area, how could you not know about the story, about the case? I think the jurors they got, may not have been in as deep as the folks here and many of the folks online, but you may have heard of it. But the thing that's interesting, Ted, is that we're looking at it now at the end of trial 2, which to me is so much bigger than trial number 1, that there may be many more people that before this trial began, may have been in a place where they weren't as familiar. So I think that plays into it because you pick the jury before the trial starts. And now that we've gone through number 2, with it being so much bigger than number 1, I would say if you had to do number 3, it's going to be very difficult to find those 12 at that point because of the way this has spread. But if you look around, take a look down the street. It goes even further down. I was up here in the beginning of the trial, and none of these people were here, Ted. These are all Johnny-come-latelys. I was here when this trial started back in, or not when it started, like 2 weeks in May. I came out, yeah, there were a dozen people over here. There were 6 people over here. But once it's time for the verdict and deliberations, it's obvious that everyone's going to use their time to show their support. I think the support early on was hampered by the weather, was hampered by the rulings in the buffer zone, completely changed the dynamic. But since it's been relaxed a little bit, the dynamic has come back. And the best part is, like I was saying, Ted, you have hundreds and hundreds of people here who are abiding by the rules, which is you're not chanting, you're not screaming, you're not yelling. And it's not easy to do. You get in a crowd, you get excited, you want to, make your point, but everyone understands the gravity of it. And I think that's where we are.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, then you just be careful. You stay there and get to know some more people and hang out. And we are going to come back to you many times throughout the day. And of course, as soon as we hear that there's a verdict or a question, we'll rely on you as well.
Ted, can I show you something, Ted?
Yeah.
Ted, can I show you something?
Sure, of course.
You know we're in a verdict to watch. We're in lockdown. Well, you know why I wear the purple tie, because I can't wear pink, I can't wear blue. I got to split the baby. But when it happens, Ted, here it is. The verdict tie is ready. The verdict tie is ready. So
verdict
any
red.
moment, I'll be changing ties. We'll see. We'll see.
Okay.
Back
we
to you,
will.
Ted, in the studio.
That's Vinny Politan, our roving reporter in Dedham, Massachusetts. Thank you, Vin. We'll be checking in with Vinny all day. And of course, he'll be hosting a show of closing arguments tonight, right here on Court TV, 8 o'clock Eastern time. Let's get a break. We'll be going back and forth to that courthouse. And of course, as soon as the camera moves from the fan to the bench, you'll be there with us. We got you covered. We're going to take a look at some of the key testimony in the case, go back, look at some of the defense accident reconstruction experts. You heard the one person said this all comes down to that. That is next. Stay with us.
It's the biggest story that we're covering. He is the boogeyman.
So many eyes have been on Donna Adelson from the beginning. A social media sensation, now a suspected killer.
Just look at that touch from Trinity Rodman.
Saturday night.
When she is on the field, she changes the game. Saturday night is our night.
The new Saturday Night Out is on ION all season long.
back to Court TV Live. Of course, most of our attention is on Karen Read and that jury still at it, 4 hours, 10 minutes and counting. We are interested in some other cases around the country, as we always track cases around different courthouses. And in New York, testimony continues in the case against Sean Diddy Combs. A juror was dismissed today over inconsistent statements about where he apparently lives and who he lives with. So the judge said, I'm sorry, there's nothing here we got to get rid of you. So he's gone. A different juror will, of course, take his place, an alternate. That's why you have alternates. Also, in South Carolina, the defense case gets underway tomorrow in the coroner affair murder trial. This is a case, Megan Jackson is the defendant. She's accused of conspiring to kill her lover, her ex-boyfriend, actually, and her lover was involved in the whole thing. He testified against her. We'll watch details on both of these cases, and we'll update you on the Combs case throughout the day as well, including that the drama with the new juror in Manhattan. But let's concentrate on Karen Read and the murder retrial. We're waiting for the jury, a question or a verdict, and we will be there for all of it. While we wait, let's go back and look at some of the key testimony that the jury might be right now in the deliberation room be thinking about and talking about. And that's the battle of the experts. They really took over this case, more so than in the first case. Yeah, the ARCA boys were the first case, but the Commonwealth relied on the state troopers to really, like Trooper Paul, to do their expert analysis. Well, this time around, they spent the money, $400 grand, and brought in their own expert to try to prove that John O'Keefe was hit by Karen Read and her vehicle. The defense, of course, disagrees with that assertion, and they brought in their ARCA guys and Dr. Andrew Rentschler. Here's a bit of him on the stand talking about his thoughts concerning John O'Keefe's injuries.
What were you initially asked to do by this separate entity?
Initially, we're kind of constrained in what we were asked to do and to review, but we were asked to evaluate whether the injuries sustained by Mr. O'Keefe were consistent with being struck by the Lexus.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions with regard to the force required to produce the occipital skull fracture that you noted with Mr. O'Keefe, his head being struck by the rear tail lamp of the subject Lexus?
I did, yes.
Tell me what those opinions and conclusions were.
Well, again, we determined by looking at research and tolerance values that would take about 1,400 to 1,600 pounds of force to cause an occipital skull fracture. Now, we were tasked with looking at, again, could that result from impact with the car? So one of the things we did is we took a head form, the head from a dummy basically that's instrumented with accelerometers, and we dropped it onto a taillight cover to attain a speed of 15 miles an hour. And so that would be comparable to the vehicle striking the head at 15 miles an hour. And I concluded a few things from that. A, that the force wasn't sufficient, or the acceleration wasn't sufficient to produce enough force to cause a skull fracture at 15 miles an hour. And also, when you look at the position and configuration of the occupant, it really wasn't possible to get a skull fracture by hitting the taillight and not sustain any other significant fractures. For instance, where the taillight's positioned to have an impact to the back of the head, you really couldn't have someone positioned in such a manner to strike just the head and not have subsequent concomitant injury to the neck or any other part of the body. So my findings with respect to the skull or the occipital skull fractures was that it likely did not occur as a result of contact, specifically with the taillight cover on the rear passenger side of the Lexus.
So as to the question of whether Mr. O'Keefe suffered the occipital skull fracture as a result of being hit by the tail lamp at 15 miles an hour, were you able to scientifically rule that out?
I was, yes, sir.
Was that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
It was, yes.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions regarding the abrasions on the right arm that you noted earlier on Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yes, I believe my conclusions with respect to the abrasions are that it was inconsistent with contact to the tail light, and that not only that those injuries are inconsistent, but you would expect additional injuries, likely fractures to the hand and or the forearm, depending on the actual speed of the vehicle.
All right, we're going to, you wonder, is the jury hung up on the battle of the experts, or are they talking about Karen Reed's own words? Hank Brennan did a great job of surmising a timeline using her words and showing clips of her in those interviews. Boy, we've got a lot to think about. They do too. Wish we knew what they were going through. But hey, we just got to wait. Andrew Rentschler claims the paint done by the Commonwealth's expert, he called it a ridiculous experiment. He said it left out a huge factor. We'll show his reaction to this test when we return. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ted Rowlands. The jury in the Karen Read case, 4 hours, 20 minutes and counting. They did a little bit of work on Friday, a couple hours, and then they've been at it for a couple hours today after the weekend. Who knows how long this will take? We are there, though. Our cameras are inside the courtroom waiting for word of a question or a verdict. Already this morning, we've had updates. Karen Read showed up at the courthouse with her team, and they filed a motion with the court asking that the jury verdict form be altered so that there would be some extra boxes of not guilty for those lesser includeds. Judge Cannone denied that request, but safe to say that is a concern considering what happened last time around, where jurors came forward after the fact and said, oh, by the way, we actually did come to a unanimous agreement on the two top charges. We thought she was not guilty of that, but they misunderstood the process. That won't happen again, guaranteed, because the defense will, and I'm sure the Commonwealth, inquire with this jury if they claim they are hung. So right now we're waiting. Oof. People like Colleen O'Donnell are muttering around their house, waiting. Karen Read, this and that. People are at work, glued to this, though, and watching us here at Court TV. And don't go anywhere. We have you covered. While we wait, we're looking back at some of the key testimony in the case. Testimony centered, a lot of expert testimony in this case did take center stage. And you had the ARCA experts take the stand, of course, but then the Commonwealth came up with Dr. Judson Welcher. Let's take a look at what Andrew Rentschler thought about Welcher and his paint test.
Ultimately, were you in receipt of a PowerPoint presentation and a report from Dr. Judson Welcher?
I was, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to review that PowerPoint presentation in whole?
I did, yes. With this paint transfer test, they concluded that, again, the area where the paint was transferred onto the arm is consistent, the same shape and orientation as apparently the lacerations found on Mr. O'Keefe's forearm.
Did this test, in your opinion, establish force multipliers that were exerted on the taillight?
It has nothing to do with force. It doesn't describe the force exerted on the taillight or on the arm. It doesn't describe how the arm would have moved as it hit the taillight. It doesn't describe how the taillight would fracture. It doesn't describe how you would actually get the lacerations on the arm. Again, all this does is generally, and I made an error there. This report, and you can see the slide, says laceration. Mr. O'Keefe did not have lacerations on his arm.
What did he have?
He was diagnosed with superficial abrasions.
Is there a difference between a laceration and an abrasion?
There's a distinct difference, both biomechanically and medically, yes.
Is that an important distinction?
That is.
Why?
The first step of the biomechanical analysis is identify the injuries, and you have to take the diagnosed injuries identified by a medical doctor. So it's superficial abrasions. To put lacerations on, that's simply incorrect.
So I strike the end now.
Would you describe the injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's arm as lacerations?
No.
You reviewed the entirety of the medical records as well as the entirety of the medical examiner's file, is that right?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you see reference to any fractures that were noted on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, either his arm, his forearm, or his hand?
No, there were no diagnosed or references to fractures on any part of his right arm or hand.
Did you actually count the number of injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
I did, yes.
How many injuries did he have? How many distinct and separate injuries did Mr. O'Keefe's arm present?
Conservatively, I counted 36 different superficial abrasions on his right arm.
And did you go through all the photographs in an effort to count and distinguish one abrasion and one defect on his skin from another?
I did, yes, sir.
And you said conservatively 36 separate abrasions, correct?
That's correct.
What does that mean in terms of the mechanism that you would expect to cause that abrasion?
Well, you need 36 different points of contact to get through the sweatshirt and get to the skin to actually cause abrasion to the skin. 36 different separate points of contact to the skin.
How many defects, remind us, how many defects were noted by the crime lab in Mr. O'Keefe's right sleeve?
9 defects.
What is this?
This is a slide, again, from Aperture, from their PowerPoint. It's the only slide, the only photo, the only indication of the hoodie that I found in their analysis. And it also has pictures showing, looks like they try to line up the top of that taillight cover.
Sustained. Do you see there's some sort of marking on that lower left photograph with some yellow lines?
I do, yes.
How did you analyze that marking?
I analyzed that. It goes through the part of the taillight cover and then goes through part of the upper arm of the surrogate.
And there's a parallel line to it a little bit in a V shape. There's a parallel line below it. How did you analyze that line?
I analyzed that as apparently showing that the area of the taillight.
So not apparently. What did you?
How did you interpret that?
I interpreted that represents that area of the tail light corresponds to the area of the upper arm.
And there's a red dotted line around the tail light, correct?
Correct.
How did you interpret what that represents?
That was the part of the tail light that fractured.
Did you put any of these lines on there, or are these all from Aperture?
These are all from Aperture. I did not put any of those on there.
You see the small, it's horizontal, I'm sorry, it's vertical photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
I do, yes.
Did you note anywhere in the Aperture report a denotation of the number of abrasions, counting the number of abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
There's no denotation, no indication that the number of abrasions were ever counted. No, sir.
Ultimately, based on your review of all of your testing, did you come to an opinion or a conclusion as to whether or not the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm are consistent with striking the right rear taillight of the Lexus?
I did, yes.
And what is that conclusion?
That they're inconsistent with striking the taillight or being produced as a result of contact with the taillight.
Did you determine, based on the testing by Aperture, whether or not it was consistent, that paint transfer test was consistent with Mr. O'Keefe's arm being damaged by the taillight?
I did.
Okay, and what is that conclusion?
That does not represent that at all. The evidence from that test, again, it's only puts paint on the arm. So in no way does that determine or demonstrate how, if the arm struck the taillight cover, how the taillight cover could shatter, how the movement of the arm could interact with the cover to produce those abrasions.
Did you go, I'm sorry.
There's just no evidence of that. There's no steps taken to demonstrate how, if that's even possible, would that actually occur in a case like that? First, you have to show it's possible. I saw no peer-reviewed articles, no research data, and the only test that was done that links the injuries to the taillight cover is this paint test.
The battle of the experts, which side won? We don't know, because the jury's still working 4 hours, 30 minutes and counting. We'll get a commercial break here. When we come back, we're going to look at more of the best moments of the trial as we also monitor what's going on inside the courthouse with the fans circling and outside the courthouse where, as we just heard from Vinny, look, there's Vinny getting his picture made with somebody. The people outside have shown up in droves waiting for anything out of this courtroom. We'll get a break and get you back after this.
Brutal murders of 4 University of Idaho students.
Oh my God, this doesn't happen here.
Detectives arrested 28-year-old Brian Koberger.
You could tell there was something off about him. He was stalking them. He was hunting them.
Forget about motive. We don't even have a connection.
This trial will be on Court TV.
And I pray that we have justice.
The Idaho College student murders trial. Live coverage begins this August, only on Court TV.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ted Rowlands, good to be with you on this Monday as we all wait for the jury and Karen Read to come to a decision. Will they come to a decision? Will it be another hung jury? We don't know. They've been at it for 4 hours, 34 minutes and counting. You see the clock ticking away. As soon as that clock stops, that means we've either got a question, they went to lunch, or there's a verdict. What about those closing arguments? A lot of times people say, well, by the time the closing arguments come, jurors have already made up their minds. I would argue this time around that might not have been the case. Let's go back and look at a bit of the closings from both sides. Just a little sample. Alan Jackson talking about dog bites, and then Hank Brennan recounting what he says was a drunk Karen Read hitting John O'Keefe.
The lead investigator in a murder trial was never called to testify. Think about that. That should stop you in your tracks. Wouldn't you want to hear from Michael Proctor? Wouldn't you want to hear from the lead investigator in the case? Don't you have questions? The Commonwealth did not present their own lead investigator to the jury, the very jury who is charged with judging the investigation. Michael Proctor clearly is radioactive, and the Commonwealth stayed away from it. Michael Proctor is no longer a Massachusetts State Police officer. He wasn't transferred. He didn't go on sabbatical. He didn't retire. He didn't resign. He was fired. He was terminated for cause. The Massachusetts State Police investigated him, found him guilty of dishonorable conduct, not just for those text messages, folks, for sharing confidential information with witnesses and for bias. Not just any bias, bias in this case.
And there was only one person in this entire planet who could help him that morning, to give him a chance. Maybe it was a 33% chance if he met the Isaac Wolf of the world. But to give him a chance. And that one person who could help him that morning was this defendant right here, Karen Reed. And she made a decision. In her Lexus with the shattered taillight, debris field all over the front yard, and John O'Keefe lying helpless like a child on the front yard. She made a choice. She didn't call 911. She didn't run to his aid. She didn't knock on a door. She made a decision about herself. In her Lexus, she drove away. She was drunk. She hit him, and she left him to die.
Hank Brennan, Alan Jackson as well. Let's bring back Joseph Tully. Joseph, the Michael Proctor scenario, how did that play out for the defense? Should they have called him? Are you in agreement the way they handled it, able to use him as a boogeyman without bringing him into the courtroom?
Correct, yes. I think a great rule to go by is you never bring someone into court just to prove that they're a liar, because you'd simply have them restate their narrative to the jury, whether it's accurate or not, and the jury hears that narrative. By not calling him, they've kept him out of court, and as you said, you know, they could point to the boogeyman who's absent. They had all the bad facts that they needed about him. They were able to get that into court without him being there. So not having him in court was to the benefit of the defense. That is exactly how you should handle this situation.
How's this going to end, in your opinion?
So I think the case boils down to Rentschler v. Welcher and battle of the experts. I think the defense has it here. Remember, it's not who's right and who's wrong, who proved the truth, who didn't. It's who established, or can the defense establish reasonable doubt? And is their theory plausible? Is it reasonable? The answer is yes, they've proven that. It's really up for the jury to deliver that.
Joseph Tully, as always, thank you for your valuable time. We're going to get a commercial break in. You see the live picture there on your screen. People have flocked to Dedham, and one of those is Vinny Politan. We're going to check in with Vinny right after this.
for whatever you're working on. Upgrade your office at branchfurniture.com.
Welcome back to Court TV Live along with Julia Janae. I'm Ted Rollins. It is Monday, and the jury in Dedham has been deliberating now for 4 hours and 45-ish minutes, and we are on pins and needles watching our friend, the fan, in the courtroom.
Yeah, well, something different happened this year. We've never had a verdict in this case. So if we hear those magic words that the jury has a verdict, regardless, this is monumental in a case like this.
Yeah, what was different? Well, there was a lot different in this case. You had Hank Brennan. You had a different defense mounted. You had battle of the experts, and you did not have the Brian Higgins, the Alberts, and the Proctors coming into the courtroom. So it is a vastly different case that was put on, and so many people are waiting right now. Any word, and we have you covered. That's our camera shooting the fan. That's inside the courtroom, but outside the courthouse, there's a lot going on there too as well.
Now, that's something that's the same as it was last year, but maybe more. We're learning that. Let's go live outside right now. That's where we find Court TV lead anchor Vinnie Politan. Vinnie, I was watching you earlier. I couldn't get over the glasses and the people that you're talking to, but what have you heard since we talked to you last?
Julia Janae, I'll be honest, I could not hear you. The crowd is not making noise, but there's just this palpable anticipation and excitement that is drowning your voice out of my ear. But I'll tell you this, we know what public sentiment is. Every poll that has been done, whether it's by Court TV or others, it's between 80 and 90% of the public believes she's not guilty. The question that we have is, all the people here obviously believe she's not guilty, but what about the 12 who are deliberating across the street inside the courthouse? Those are the 12 that matter. And in recent times here at Court TV, everything's kind of been in sync, right? Johnny Depp case, we didn't know the way the public was necessarily going to react to that one, but it was overwhelmingly Johnny Depp. The jury saw the same trial. Alec Murdaugh, same thing. The jury saw the same trial that the public did. But I have a memory. I was down in Central Florida. Ted, I know I hate bringing this up. You know I hate bringing it up, Julia, as well. But I was there for Casey Anthony.
Do we have to say the name? We have to say it for him?
I said the name. I said it. I said it just because I have to make the point. I mean, I was there at the courthouse, and the crowd wasn't as large as it was here, but everyone there believed that she was guilty. And we know what that jury said. So that's why you never know what's going to happen. And despite what the public sees, you don't know what the 12 in the box are necessarily seeing, especially in this case, because it was held in such a small courtroom, the public didn't even get inside the courtroom. So we literally didn't see the same trial that they saw, because they are there inside the courtroom. 10 seats for the media, and that was it. Family and friends, it was very limited this time around. But I will say this, as we usually the stories on the courthouse steps, but these are the steps across the street from the courthouse. Obviously, this is where Matt's been doing all his stuff, but people are getting as close as they can to the courthouse. And again, it's all about that anticipation. So I'm going to literally sit on the steps here and talk to some of my new friends. Although she clearly doesn't want to talk to me, I can tell. She does not want to talk. So I'll come over here. So the anticipation, how will you feel if there's no verdict today?
I'm gonna be very upset because she's innocent and she should be, this shouldn't even be going on like this. She should have, it's innocent. She's innocent.
Let me ask you this. The last time I was live, was I talking to you?
You was.
So I keep talking to the same people. I'm not talking to
Don't talk to me. You wasn't talking to her.
She's always here. Oh, you're new. Okay. All right. Over here. Okay. Then this is interesting that I told you there were people traveling for this.
Yeah.
Where did you come from?
All the way from Scottsdale, Arizona.
That's a long trip. Now, just for this, are you going to the Cape or something? Or
I did go to the Cape. I went to the Yankees-Red Sox game, go Yankees, but I obviously had to stay for the verdict watch.
So you'll stay until it's over?
Well, I'm supposed to fly home tomorrow, but I can always change my flight.
Ted, should she change her flight now?
Yeah, go ahead and change it. I don't know. I think it's going to last till Tuesday, Wednesday.
Tuesday, Wednesday. If it's not Tuesday, I think it's
Yeah,
hung.
Ted is thinking Tuesday, Wednesday. Julia, what do you think?
I think if they don't come back with a verdict tomorrow, that is going to signal that they are hung.
Okay. So Julie Janae thinks maybe tomorrow.
Really?
But if it's after tomorrow, you could be here a long
Well, it's
time.
a good thing I'm on Southwest and I can change my flight at any
There you
time.
go. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much.
So nice to meet you.
See, here we go. So the crowd is fully anticipating this whole thing to happen today. Now, obviously, it didn't happen this morning, but most of the big verdicts come in usually in the afternoon. So if it's going to happen today, obviously it'll be in the afternoon. Will there be much warning? What will the reaction be, I think, is the big question. Because I don't know, and I'd have to ask someone. Are you prepared that there's a potential that a jury could come back and find Karen Read guilty?
I am. I don't know how I'll handle it, but I'm prepared. But I mean, there's so much reasonable doubt. There's so much.
What drew you to this particular case?
Because I once was in her shoes.
Wait a minute. Give us the shorter version. But what happened?
I was framed as well in the state of Ohio. I spent 8 years in Montgomery County, 5 years in Montgomery County jail, waiting my trial.
And you got out and you were found not guilty.
Yes,
And you did 8 years for something you didn't do.
yes,
Wow.
yes.
Okay.
So
How are you doing now?
I'm great. I'm pardoned. Everything's good. So thanks to God, I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you still trust our system?
I do. I do. I do.
Thank you so much for sharing that story. I'm telling you, Ted, people are here. It's more than just like, oh, it's an interesting case. It's a salacious case. No, it's about a cause. People believe that there is injustice taking place here, and that's why they're here, overwhelmingly. They believe not just that there's reasonable doubt, they believe that she's factually innocent in this case, and that things were done by people in the government to make a citizen look guilty. And that's really what drives, I think, the passion of the people who are showing up here. But what's interesting, Ted, I'm going to turn the camera around, so we're going to go this way now, is when I first spoke to you, Ted, I feel like the anticipation is growing, like the conversations, no one is chanting, no one is protesting, but I think the conversations are getting a little bit stronger amongst each other, because I think it's all part of, we believe this thing can happen at any moment, like at a moment's notice. And I'm wondering how that reaction is going to go down, but obviously we'll be here for that reaction, Ted. Ted, what was it like? And I want from Julia also, I'm sorry to interview you on your own shows, but I think it'd be interesting to compare your experiences at those huge trials, whether it's Michael Jackson or Derek Chauvin, those moments just before the verdict comes down.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing like it. There's when you hear that there's an actual verdict, the adrenaline runs through your body. You get in there, and especially in a case that could go either way. Michael Jackson was found not guilty in the molestation case in Santa Maria. That's where the big crowds were. And like this, the crowds were waiting for the not guilty. And the reaction outside of the courthouse, you could feel and hear. Peterson went the other way. But again, the reaction, and that when you don't know, it's crazy. Robert Blake found not guilty. I thought he was going to be found guilty. To Vinny's point, you just never know.
It became a parade for the Derek Chauvin trial. Once he was found guilty, when people were waiting, crowded around their phones, crowded around radios, listening. And once they heard guilty as charged, I mean, it erupted in Minneapolis. And it turned into really a block party, a parade that went on for hours because people were just so happy and so connected to a cause. And though it's unlikely to think about Karen Read and the death of George Floyd in the same breath, but there's this conviction that people are there for something larger than the person, and that's what it sounds like you're hearing from people there, Vinny.
Yeah, Julia, I just bumped into Court TV alum Michael Bryant. Michael, great to see you.
Nice to see you. Hey, could you give me your thoughts on this verdict slip? I'm asking folks what they're thinking of this second page of the verdict slip. Take all the time you need to figure that out.
It's a little confusing. What are your thoughts about the scene here? Because you've been in a lot of the big cases.
It's unbelievable, and having seen this grow over the last 2+ months, I never would have anticipated this. First of all, let's just say the lawsuits that were filed on behalf of what I'm calling the First Amendment zone led to this, because the cops here were brutal in keeping this whole area sanitized. Really, the buffer zone, they called it. It was just wrong. We filed the lawsuits. Mark Randazza did an amazing job. This is the result. And is this, are people yelling, screaming, burning buildings? I mean, this is a pretty sedate but large crowd here.
It's extreme. I mean, it shocked me when I walked up, because I was here back in May, and, a few people here and there came back with the relaxed rules and the anticipation of the verdict. How do you think it'll go here, though, if it comes back with a guilty, like we see in the overwhelming majority of verdicts on Court TV?
I'm going to call it loud disappointment. I mean, I don't think any of the state troopers' cars are going to be turned over. Things are set afire. Major disappointment, and hope that on appeal things will be changed.
How about, and the alternative? The not guilty comes down. What do you think happens in the streets here?
Just a loud uproar of vindication. Remember, this is, Vinny, this is as much about Karen Read as it is all the folks who live here, who see issues with law enforcement here, who see issues with the DA here, who see issues with the court here. And this is a symptom for them. So if they see a victory here, I think they're going to read it as a victory on a much larger scale.
And folks are watching you streaming where? On Justice Serve?
Justice Serve TV. Yep. Justice Serve TV. Linda Kenny Bodden and I having some fun there. Yep.
All the Court TV alums. Great to see you, Michael.
Good to see you, buddy. Hang in there.
Michael Bryant. Ted, it's intense. It's more intense than it was this morning. That's all I can say. And it's not just, because we have a camera on. It's walking through the streets. I can't explain it. It's like a simmering that is now bubbling. And we'll see how this verdict ends. But I have the verdict form now. Michael gave it to me, apparently. This page is a little confusing.
There were some issues with that last year.
And this morning.
With the verdict form, where not looking the way that the defense wanted it to be. It was
which is,
debated.
I think that it's safe to say this time around, both sides are going to look for clarification if indeed the jury comes back and claims they're hung.
A little thing called polling the jury.
Yeah.
Even if it's behind closed doors.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Vin, what's your prediction? Do you predict? You got another person there.
Well, no. I really feel, because Thursday is a down day, right? So Wednesday, for me, has the Friday feel. If the jury is going to go through the evidence, and I've been at a trial in this courthouse, so it's the same jury pool. It was years ago. Julie Janae was in grammar school, but the jury, it was a very clear-cut case. There was DNA, there was a lot of evidence, but the jury went through the evidence, and they did that on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. They didn't even vote until Friday. So if you have a jury approach it that way, it could take some time because of the amount of evidence, the number of witnesses, exhibits. And then if you don't agree, that jury agreed in their first vote, but they didn't take a vote until Friday because they went through the evidence. So the question to me really is, how do they go about this? Do they go about this by taking a vote right out of the gate and figure out where they are and then work from there? Or do they say, well, let's go through the evidence and try to agree on what happened here? And if you talk about doing that, it's like you've got to figure out, was there or was there not a collision? That's the first fact that I think any jury has to determine. So if they try to figure out if there was a collision or not, what are they debating? They're debating expert testimony, which is thick. You're debating digital evidence. You're debating whether or not she confessed. You're debating whether or not the pieces of the taillight were broken at 5:07 in the morning. So there's a lot to go through. But if they take a vote and they're almost there, it could be quick. It could be this afternoon. But I'm thinking Wednesday, if we get past Wednesday and we come back here on Friday, then I'm on high alert on Friday, and then we're getting into a longer deliberation.
Yeah.
Was that vague enough for you, Ted?
Yes, perfect. Perfect.
And it even reminds us about the first jury. It seemed like they took a vote the first time out of the gate, came back allegedly with not guilty for 2 of the counts, and then spent time really just infighting. They didn't get a lot of evidence back to look over that we sometimes see with juries.
Yeah, and you just never know what's going on. Who, to Vinny's point, if the jury foreperson is a deliberate, let's talk about the evidence person, this could go on for a very long time. If, on the other hand, it's like, hey, let's poll, let's see where we're at, it's a numbers game, we're all in agreement, and you're not, then it changes the room. And usually people will cave for a not guilty earlier than they will cave for guilty, because jurors live with their decision for the rest of their lives as well, especially in a case like this. It could go either way.
Especially in a case like this, where especially with the allegation that this was a cover-up, that this was a frame-up job, you don't want to send an innocent person like the person that Vinny just talked to earlier.
Amazing, yeah.
People feel very strongly in that way about this case. You can't get any closer to what's happening out there in Dedham, Massachusetts than Vinny Politan on the ground among the sea of pink with Karen Reed. We have a lot more ahead for you as we're on this Verdict Watch.
Yes, stick around. We'll have more Karen Reed, plus a closer look at some of the evidence about the arm injuries. There we go. People outside and the fan inside. We've got you covered. Almost 5 hours now. The deliberation continues. Colucci on trial again for the murder of his wife.
This is just not an easy case.
Colucci's first trial ended with a deadlocked jury.
We may never know what happened that night.
The Garden Hose murder trial. Live coverage today on Court TV.
The WNBA is on iron. Friday, the Wings battle the Sun. Then, the Aces host the Storm. Coverage starts Friday at 7. Find Ion wherever you watch. Ion, it's on.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Let's go back to where we have been and where we will be until we hear that there's a verdict. It's the Karen Read murder retrial. But first, here's a look at some of the other cases we are tracking here at Court TV.
In New York, testimony continues in the case against Sean Diddy Combs. On the stand now is a paralegal specialist with the U.S. Attorney's Office.
And in South Carolina, the defense's case gets underway tomorrow in the Coroner Affair murder trial for Megan Jackson. She's a mother accused of conspiring with her lover to kill her ex-boyfriend, who was also the father of her children.
Yeah, that's a case actually we would have been very interested in, and we are interested in it, but because of Karen Read and to some extent Sean Combs haven't had as much attention on it, but we'll monitor it and let you know what that jury decides once they get the case. Right now, it's 5 hours. It's past that 5 hour mark. So if they did have a vote out of the gate,
it would have come by now.
If it was down, just if it was close,
right?
People may be settling in to their camps,
picking sides and sticking to their corners.
And I don't know why people would be shocked if the jury has the same reaction to the evidence as the general public. I mean, there are people watch this case, they know this case, and they are disgusted by the other side.
And they feel strongly about it. It's not I think it could be this or I think it could be that. Once people actually see the evidence and get invested in the case, they pick sides in a way that is just much stronger than what we see on an average trial.
I mean, you don't see people outside of a courthouse over a criminal case. We cover them all the time. And when you do, it's usually a celebrity.
Victim.
Yeah.
Right.
Or for the victim, or it's a celebrity case. This is a woman that nobody knew who she was. Karen Read, until now. And now you say Karen Read and people have an opinion. So let's do this. We're waiting, and we will continue to wait. While we wait, we've been going back and looking at some of what could be the subject matter of this deliberation, the key moments of the case. And whether you believe it or not, dog bite was a theme for the defense in this case and the other one.
And no doubt it is top of mind for these jurors because it was such a theme for the defense. And the woman who really brought that evidence to light was Dr. Marie Russell, the defense expert. Let's take a look back together as we watch both inside and outside of the courthouse live. We will take you there if there's a verdict, but let's look back at Dr. Russell's testimony.
Were you able to come to any conclusions or opinions about the source and nature of the injuries that you see depicted on that exhibit?
Yes.
And what is your opinion and conclusion concerning those injuries?
Those wounds were inflicted as the result of a dog attack.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Can you speak a little louder?
They were inflicted as the result of a dog attack.
And how did you form that opinion? Just describe your thought process to the jury.
Well, there are multiple groupings of wounds.
Do you have the pointer?
I do.
And if you could use the screen that Her Honor has requested.
So there are multiple groupings of wounds right here. Here's one on the what I'll consider the upper arm, which is above the elbow. Here's another grouping. Here's an interesting, complex grouping at the elbow. These are all the posterior surface of the arm. And there's another grouping down here on the forearm. These multiple groupings are patterns. And they are, in my opinion, were inflicted by the teeth and claws of a dog. So there's multiple groupings of linear abrasions, and linear means like a line, linear. So there's multiple of those, and here's one. Here's another one closer to the elbow. Here's another one closer to the wrist. And here's another array of linear abrasions near the elbow.
And in terms of these wounds, in assessing their source, Do you look at them individually, collectively, or both?
Both. I look at them individually, and then I put them in context of how they relate to one another.
In how they relate to one another, is there a name of that methodology that you use in terms of how they relate to each other?
Well, I think it's a pattern methodology, pattern recognition.
And what pattern is it that you see here with regard to all of these wounds on the right arm?
Well, I see multiple linear groupings together in a area from the mid arm to the mid forearm.
Is there any analysis of direction that is involved in your analysis?
Yes.
What is it?
I believe that these wounds were initiated closer to the anterior surface or the front of the forearm.
I'm sorry, Dr. Russell, to interrupt you, but there's a fan back here which I can hear, but if you could just keep your voice up, that would be great for me.
Yes, I believe they all started closer to the anterior or front portion of the arm. Like they started up here, up here, and the direction is towards the posterior portion of the arm.
Does that experience allow you to exercise pattern recognition skills with regard to Exhibit 1 in Exhibit 157?
Objection. Sustained.
Do you use your pattern recognition, did you use your pattern recognition skills in evaluating Exhibit 1 in Exhibit 157?
Yes.
In terms of characteristics of dog bites, if we can go back to Exhibit 1, please. Is Exhibit 1 highly characteristic of a dog bite or lowly characteristic of a dog bite?
Yes. Sustained.
How would you describe the characteristics of what appears on Exhibit 1?
What I see on Exhibit 1 is multiple strikes from a dog.
I'm going to allow it.
Can you please repeat your answer?
Yes.
What you see?
Multiple strikes from a dog.
And with regard to, do you see any characteristics in terms of a medical observation with regard to those strikes?
I don't understand the question.
Are you familiar with the medical term pathognomonic?
Oh, yes.
What is the definition of pathognomonic?
Pathognomonic in medicine means that the characteristics of a condition are so highly specific and unique that they basically say that it can only be from a certain condition and no other condition. So to the exclusion of all other conditions. That's what is meant by pathognomonic. At least that's my understanding.
Do you consider these wounds pathognomonic?
Yes. Sustained.
How do you evaluate these wounds in terms of what you call their characteristics?
I would characterize them as highly specific for a dog attack.
Even though you may not be able to determine whether it's a claw mark, can you determine, or the specific type of mark, can you determine that those are from a dog?
I believe they are, yes.
So now let's go. You mentioned, we'll switch. We can leave that up for just a moment because we're going to come right back to it. And Dr. Russell, earlier on, you used the phrase incomplete dental impression. Do you recall that?
Something like that, yes.
What phrase would you like to use? Because you were describing whether a dog or not had a complete bite. What phrase would you like to use?
That's okay. Incomplete bite.
Okay.
might
Do you
consider-
see any evidence of an incomplete bite on Exhibit 1?
I believe all of the bites here are incomplete.
That was Dr. Russell, who testified in the first trial as well. And it was one of those things that got, the defense is hoping the jury is thinking about right now as they continue to deliberate over the 5-hour mark. David Gelman's watching along with us in New Jersey. David, good to see you. What's your take? 5 hours, 15 minutes, not that long in a case this extensive, but give us some insight. What do you think is happening in that room?
Well, Ted, first of all, I'm sorry I didn't get the memo about the orange today, or else I would have wore my orange tie as well. To match
We'll put you on the text thread if you want.
Yeah, the next time, please do. Come on. So, it's really interesting. And I was listening to you and Julie talking about what would be going on. And, you were exactly right. You both are exactly right. Would they start immediately by taking a vote? Or are they going to go just straight to the evidence? And, either way, I don't think it's wrong way to start personally. And I always find it interesting after a trial is done to speak with the jury and find out what happened in that back room. Because look, remember, attorneys, judges, nobody's allowed in that back room. That's a sacred room. Only the jury is allowed there. And who knows whatever they think. Just because we may be thinking something or just because the public is thinking something doesn't necessarily mean that the jury is thinking the same thing. So there could be a disconnect somewhere. I'm not surprised that we're at this 5-hour mark. I'd be surprised if we find out something today. Ted, I agree with you. I think we're more likely to find out about something Tuesday or Wednesday. Julie, I know what you're saying as well regarding, if it gets into Wednesday, we're talking about potentially a mistrial. I just can't see that happening on this time around. The jury knows that, look, this is the second time this case is being presented. I think they think to themselves, hey, we have a duty to come to some type of verdict, guilty or not guilty, whatever it may be. I don't think there's going to be a mistrial this time, though. So I'm very interested to see what happens. And I'd love to see, any notes that come out to the judge. I would expect that we're probably going to get to that stage maybe later on today, if not early tomorrow. We haven't already. But, and that'll kind of give us some clues to where the jury is heading. If they want to look at another piece of evidence or if they want clarification. So I think we're kind of right in the thick of things here, and it's probably to be expected of everything right now where we're at.
I think that's an interesting prediction, David, that it's unlikely to be a mistrial because they understand, and they do know from just the testimony throughout this case that this is the second trial, that it's been a year, and maybe they will feel it.
That helps Karen Reed, because if you think about a juror who is on the fence, who's thinking, no, I think, or not on the fence, if someone who thinks that Karen Reed is guilty, that person is easier swung than the one that says she's not guilty. I'm not going to just cave because we want a resolution, because I want to live with it. I want to live with that lady going to prison and me thinking about it.
I can see that, absolutely. Yeah. But I also think perhaps that if they know there's been a mistrial, they may say, look, we can't do it either. And it's happened before, the juries couldn't come to it. But I like your prediction, and I think a resolution either way, David, is really going to be better for all parties involved.
Couldn't agree more, Julie. Couldn't agree more.
Let's get to our break. When we come back, we're going to talk more about this defense case. We're going to check in on what's happening outside and inside of the courtroom and take a look at more of that testimony from Dr. Marie Russell.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. We are in Verdict Watch in the retrial for Karen Read. There's a live look outside the courthouse in Dedham, Massachusetts, where a large crowd has gathered in anticipation of a potential verdict in the case against Karen Read. 5 hours, 22 minutes, and counting as the jury inside the courthouse continues to work through the evidence to try to come up with a resolution.
We haven't heard anything from them yet, but as soon as there is a verdict, as soon as there is a note, anything that we get from inside of that courtroom, that camera is going to leave the fan and it will go to Judge Cannoni, and we will bring all of that to you live. But while we are all waiting together for what is going to happen there in Dedham, Massachusetts, we are spending this time taking a look back at what the jury may be talking about inside of that deliberation room.
Including Dr. Russell, who was that defense dog bite expert that came into the case because she read an article in the Boston Globe out in Los Angeles and volunteered to help. The defense took her up on it, and she testified. But this time around, you had a guy named Hank Brennan who went after her on cross. Let's watch some of that.
When you came into court, you were saying that when you looked at these wounds individually, you were saying that you could identify it as a dog bite.
I disagree with that characterization.
Number two, what caused this wound, Dr. Russell?
Number two, I believe that was dog bite or scratch, but mostly I believe dog bite. And because there's a punctate, little tiny pinpoint almost lesion there and there, which could represent bottom teeth.
Okay, so you're using words like could, and we're talking about a reasonable degree of medical certainty. So when you look at this wound here, you said that you are sure or not sure what caused this wound?
I'm saying that individually, that wound, that's correct. I'm not sure individually what that wound was caused by. However, again, as I mentioned earlier, the overall pattern of wounds is what I am convinced of.
I want to go through each of these wounds separately so we understand what you actually recognize with the methodology and what you don't. So looking at wound number two, based on whatever methodology you've been using, are there any signs, indicators, objective criteria you can look at and tell us this is or is not a dog bite based on this methodology you have?
There are some characteristics that are suggestive of a dog bite or dog claw, including the fact that there are parallel lesions, and many of these overall, by the way, parallel lesions are in the same general direction. So there are parallel lesions, and here they're associated with some punctate or point-like other abrasions right here. So they're consistent with being inflicted by a dog.
I appreciate you using some medical terms to describe this, but my question is more pointed. Is there anything about your methodology, something that stands out about these wounds, that you can say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these are consistent with a dog either biting or scratching?
These wounds all by themselves, not to a medical degree of certainty, no.
You said on this first wound, you thought this was from the canines. Those are the big upper teeth is what you're claiming, right?
Yes.
And you're saying today, anyways, starts here at the bottom and goes up. Is that your position today?
That's not what I said. I said the exact opposite.
So it starts here and comes down.
Correct.
Okay. And these two scratches, they're linear, just like these are linear, aren't they?
Yes.
But you have a problem with these because if these are the canines, you see the spacing there?
Uh-huh.
This is nowhere close, is it?
I didn't say that these were caused by canines. And spacing also, there's reasons why the spacing could be different.
Well, we can talk about that in a second. Are you suggesting that these these two linear abrasions, just like 1 and 2, are you suggesting the canines caused these?
I don't know what caused those, which teeth caused those, or which nails cost those.
When you testified last year on June 18th, you said that this was either teeth or claws. Can you give us any development of your opinions, whether or not you think that is teeth or claws?
Excuse me? No, well, I couldn't hear because of the fan.
When you testified on June 18th, you said wound number 2, the top 2 linear abrasions, you believe were either teeth or claws. You shared with us now you have improved your study and have new opinions. Do you have a clear opinion whether this is teeth or claws?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Do you have an opinion whether this is teeth or claws or not something totally different than a dog?
I believe they are teeth or claws caused.
All right, Dr. Marie Russell on one side of the screen and some people watching in Dedham on the other. We'll get a break. When we come back, we'll have more Karen Reed, of course, plus a live update in New York. The Sean Diddy Combs trial continues to roll on. They lost a juror today. We'll get the details right after this.
Brutal murders of 4 University of Idaho students.
Oh my God, this doesn't happen here.
Detectives arrested 28-year-old Brian Kohlberger. You could tell there was something off about him. He was stalking them. He was hunting them.
Forget about motive. We don't even have a connection.
This trial will be on Court TV.
And I pray that we have justice.
The Idaho College Student Murders Trial. Live coverage begins this August, only on Court TV.
back to Court TV Live along with Julia Janae. I'm Ted Rollins. There's a live look inside of the courthouse in Dedham, Massachusetts. The fan churning away as the jury continues to work, deliberating the fate of Karen Read. And on the other side, it's the live look outside of the courthouse where people have gathered in anticipation for this jury verdict, if indeed there will be, at the end of the day, a verdict in this case. A reminder, the first time around, they couldn't come to a verdict. So we'll have much more of the case against Karen Read throughout this day. And if there is a question, and of course, if there's a verdict, we'll have it.
We are staying there in Massachusetts all day. This is where we will be until there is. But we are going to check in on another big trial we have been following for weeks now. New York is where we are headed. The Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking and racketeering trial is happening. And we have joining us now from there outside of that federal courthouse, Court TV senior producer Emanuela Grinberg is with us. And Emanuela, you've been inside of that courthouse all day, and we had some breaking news about a juror that's been lost.
Morning. Good afternoon. That's right. Yes, we knew that we would get a ruling on this morning. On Friday, the judge announced that he was inclined to dismiss Juror 6, basically a black man in his 40s, basically for inconsistencies about his residency, where he lived and with whom he lives. And on Friday, the judge had basically indicated that comparing statements that he'd made both in jury selection and then just like an offhanded remark that he happened to make after the trial started, suggested a lack of candor about where he lived, whether it was in the Bronx, which is part of the district from where they pull jurors, or New Jersey, which is not part of the district where they pull jurors from in this federal court. So basically, he just made it official. This juror is off, and he has been replaced by an alternate. And so that was the start of the day. And then now we are on, as you know, this is week 6. This is day 24 of the government's case, and we're starting to really wind down. We are in what's called the summary witness portion of the case. And this is where basically, essentially, like extended members of the prosecution team come in and talk about exhibits that we've already seen. But it's like now we have a bit more context for text messages, audio files, audio messages that we've heard earlier in the case. These witnesses are basically stringing it all together. So this morning we heard about exhibits and texts and audios that were all gathered from the phone of Christina Coram. Now, this is someone who has been described as Sean Combs' chief of staff, right-hand woman. She's with him for a very long time, spanning alleged victims Jane and Cassie Ventura. So we've heard a lot about all the evidence and all the communications, and now we're just really getting a sense of all the people she was texting throughout these years, all the members of the alleged enterprise, the assistants, the staff, talking about setting up king nights, setting up hotel nights, restocking baby oil, all these things just to show how involved she was, but also the knowledge that she had of potentially knowledge she may have had about what was going on behind those closed doors. And so we're continuing with these summary witnesses, and we hope to hear from another assistant before the state wraps as early as Wednesday.
All right, Emanuela Grinberg, thank you. Emanuela, we'll be keeping our eye on the Diddy case, of course, while we concentrate on Karen Read and that jury. As we wait for the jury there, we'll be in verdict watch eventually, and Diddy as well. Two big cases going on at the same time. David Gelman still with us in New Jersey. David, back to Read. We were, talking about what could the jury be discussing, and if you look at this case compared to the first case, Michael Proctor came into the courtroom and read his deplorable text messages to this jury. He was easily, I think, universally evaluated as a disgusting member of law enforcement. He didn't come in this time. Did the defense get that across, do you think? I mean, Alan Jackson spent a lot of time about him in his close, and we heard his name throughout the trial. Did they accomplish that same sort of level of disdain, do you think?
Yeah, I think they did, Ted. Alan Jackson, I don't know how long he spent on him. It felt like an hour, but obviously it was a lot shorter than that. But it had to have been at least 5 or 7 minutes, talking in his closing about why the prosecution didn't bring Proctor back in. And we all know why they didn't bring him in. It just would have looked even worse the second time around compared to the first time, which is hard to do if you think about it. And the question was always whether the defense would even call Proctor. And I think we all, thought that it would probably be a very interesting witness as a defense to call him, because it would almost be like you're cross-examining your own witness. So I'm glad they probably didn't do that. I think the jury really, though, gets Proctor. He's been put through the mud in the past trial and then this trial a lot. So the jury has a really good understanding of where he came from, what he did or didn't do. And I think the damage has already been done. So I think they did a good job at bringing him out as best they possibly can.
Yeah, we heard him throughout. David Gelman, thank you so much for your analysis. We have to get to a break, but when we come back, we're going to go to Dedham, Massachusetts Live, get you a live update from our Matt Johnson. Stay with us. You're watching Court TV. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julia Janae along with Ted Rollins. Thanks so much for following along with us in Dedham, Massachusetts. That's where we are this afternoon. We have been all day and we will be until there is a decision inside of that courtroom. It's, of course, the Karen Read murder retrial.
Yeah, there's a lot of inside the courtroom where this all took place, and the courthouse. Outside of the courthouse, we're creeping up on 6 hours now of deliberation time. 2 hours on Friday. They had the weekend, did this jury, and then they've been back at it all morning long.
Joining us live now outside of the courthouse is Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson, someone who has watched every minute of this trial and the first trial. Matt, what are you seeing today outside of the courthouse?
Julia, Ted, nice to see you both. So yeah, we are fully in this verdict watch, today being the first full day of a verdict watch. On Friday, when the jury got the case, they deliberated for roughly 2 hours before going home for the long weekend. Right now, there is a number of people assembling outside the courthouse, waiting for any word of any question or verdict in this case, the retrial of Karen Read. Inside, we know that there were some heated arguments after some motions. A last-minute motion by the defense was filed to add more not guilties to the lengthy verdict form. That was, of course, denied by Judge Beverly Cannoni, saying that the current verdict form is consistent with Mass state law. Outside the courthouse, also after that decision was rendered, we saw this defendant greet her supporters and also answer a couple questions. Take a listen.
There was no preparation this weekend. What did you do for the weekend now that you don't have to prepare anymore?
We wrote a motion to reconsider the verdict slip that was just denied without a hearing.
You want more boxes added to that verdict
Yes.
slip, the lesser included.
Yes.
Can you explain why that's important to you?
I think what happened last year with the same verdict form explains that the jurors themselves were confusing, and it said as much. So we just wanted to avoid that again, and apparently we'll just move forward and
Overall feelings heading into today, Karen?
I feel well, I feel strong, and the jury will do the right thing.
Defendant Karen Read there facing 3 major charges here: second-degree murder, manslaughter while under the influence and leaving the scene, as long as a lot of other lesser charges. Again, she was asking for that verdict form to be changed because currently there is only one not guilty on the top of the form. Her team had issue with this after the first trial, as we all remember as well.
Absolutely. Talk about, if you would, Matt, the jury makeup.
Yeah, the jury makeup. So they were selected by old Rotary balls that were pulled out, and the 6 alternates were selected. Again, this has been a lengthy process for this jury that has been here in the booth listening to case evidence for 8 weeks. Jury selection took 3 weeks on top of that. 18 people were selected to hear all the case evidence originally, and we didn't lose anybody like we did last year. So there was 9 men and 9 women that heard all the case evidence. Ultimately, the deliberating jury is now 7 women and 5 men. The 4-person was selected by Judge Beverly Cannoni. That's what we saw last year. That's how it's done in this particular courtroom. And that's a man that was in seat number 1. But we're hearing right now that lunch was just delivered to this jury. Still trying to find out whether or not they deliberate through lunch. I'll send it back to you guys.
Matt Johnson, thanks so much for those details. And of course, we know you'll let us know if there is a verdict or a question inside of that courthouse. For now, we are going to turn our attention as we wait, as we stand by, not knowing what's going to happen now after 5 hours and 47 minutes so far. We're going to look at the investigation. And there was an important witness on the stand. We talked about Michael Proctor and how he did not come into the courtroom, but the prosecution did have someone to stand in his shoes, someone who did have a bit of an issue as well that the defense was able to pounce on.
Yeah, you kind of remember he did testify in the first trial, but he had the sort of the second in command field. The Commonwealth absolutely wanted this jury to believe that he was in command. This Proctor character that keeps coming up, we don't even know who he is. That was the feel from the Commonwealth. And he ended up spending a considerable amount of time on the stand to get the evidence, like John O'Keefe's sweatshirt, in front of the jury. Let's go back and look at what a little bit of Yuri on the stand, and specifically talking about the investigation and what Karen said that night. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
She stated that she's willing to answer our questions, but she didn't want to go into too many details. That's how the conversation began. She provided us the fact that Mr. O'Keefe was hanging out with a friend of his at 5 p.m. at the One Meadows Ave residence, following which he proceeded to C.F. McCarthy's in Canton, where the defendant stated that she met him approximately at 9 p.m. She was drinking vodka sodas. Mr. O'Keefe was consuming Bud Light beer. After C.F. McCarthy's, they proceeded to the Waterfall Grill and Bar. At this point, the defendant was asked if she brought a beverage with her from C.F. McCarthy's to the Waterfall establishment, to which she stated she didn't think so. After the Waterfall, the defendant stated that she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at 34 Fairview. She was asked if she saw him go in the house. She stated no, she did not see him go in the house. She was asked about the damage to her rear taillight, to which she stated, quote, "I don't know how I did it last night," end quote. Once she provided us with the fact that she dropped him off and never saw him go in the house, she was asked to provide details about her leaving. She stated that she made a 3-point turn and left. She was asked to provide some explanation of how Mr. O'Keefe sustained those injuries that he had. She did not.
Let me stop you there. Did you get an answer to your question about how he sustained the injuries or the details about the 3-point turn?
No, I did not.
You mentioned that when you were at Good Samaritan Hospital, you saw blood on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
Did you ask the defendant anything about that injury?
Yes, we asked about the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had, that he had been displaying, and whether or not he had those injuries the night prior at either McCarthy's or Waterfall, to which the defendant stated she didn't see any injuries on him. But then she provided a statement saying that Mr. O'Keefe bumped his head 2 nights prior and asked her about it, which to me seemed kind of strange. But
without the commentary, after she told you that Mr. O'Keefe had bumped his head 2 nights prior, and that he had asked about it or she had asked about it?
She stated that he had bumped his head 2 nights prior, and Mr. O'Keefe asked her about it.
Did she say when Mr. O'Keefe asked her about the bump on his head from the few nights before?
No, she did not.
Did the conversation conclude?
Yes, it did.
After the conversation concluded, what was your next step?
Once the conversation concluded, the defendant was advised that her vehicle is being seized, and her cell phone was also seized.
Were there any other items at that point that you were seizing other than the cell phone and the vehicle?
Not from that location, no.
Did you have a warrant at that point?
We did not, no.
Did you have authority to seize items prior to having a warrant?
I'll allow it.
Well, what is the process when you want to obtain items but you don't have a warrant? What process do you go through?
We seized them to prevent any alteration, destruction of the evidence that could be contained on those items pending a warrant. They are secured. They're not touched or processed by us. The process of obtaining a warrant includes writing an affidavit justifying.
Yeah, we don't need to hear any of this part.
Understood. Understood. Did you ultimately obtain both the phone and the vehicle?
Yes, we did.
Describe how the vehicle was seized. What happened?
The defendant provided her key card. It's like a credit card size key fob for the vehicle to allow the ignition to start. It was driven onto a flatbed tow truck, secured, and then we followed it from Dighton to the Canton Police Department.
Was video ever provided that showed part of that vehicle being loaded onto the tow truck?
Yes, it was.
Have you ever reviewed that video?
Yes, I did.
When you were at Dighton and the defendant's Lexus was being put on the tow truck, about what time was that?
It was approximately 4:15 in the afternoon on the 29th of January, 2022.
Now, you mentioned that you took a cell phone. Are there parts or participants on the team that handle that specific type of evidence?
Yes, we have troopers that are specialized, trained, and have expertise in digital forensic analysis, extraction, and processing of digital devices.
Is that something you do?
I am trained in certain portions of it, but I am not an expert like them.
Did you manipulate the phone in any way?
No.
Did you see Mr. Proctor manipulate the phone in any way?
I don't recall seeing that, no.
Before the vehicle was moved or during the loading of the tow, did either you or Mr. Proctor go back anywhere near that vehicle?
We were near the vehicle once it was unloaded, but we never touched it.
All right, we're going to get a break in here as the crowd continues to seemingly build outside the courthouse in Dedham, Massachusetts. We're on verdict watch. It's the case against Karen Read. We'll have a little bit more Buchanan when we come back. We'll talk about that Sallyport video. Stay with us.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, we're live from Dedham for Verdict Watch in the Karen Read retrial. We'll be unpacking the evidence in all the controversy surrounding the retrial of the century.
Closing Arguments tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
The WNBA is on iron. Friday, the Wings battle the Sun. Then, the Aces host the Storm. Coverage starts Friday at 7. Find Ion wherever you watch. Ion, it's on.
back to Court TV Live, where we are on Verdict Watch. 6 hours, the clock just eclipsed, so the jury has been at it 4 hours today, 2 hours roughly Friday, and now we're getting into a little bit of a lengthy deliberation.
We've got you covered. We've got people inside the courthouse, outside of the courthouse. We have our cameras inside and out. But before we get to more of the Karen Read retrial, we are going to give you a look at some of the other cases we are tracking here at Court TV. Take a look. We're in New York City, where testimony continues in the sex trafficking trial for Sean Diddy Combs. On the stand now is a special agent with the U.S. Attorney's Office.
And in South Carolina, the defense case gets underway tomorrow in the coroner affair murder trial for Megan Jackson. She's accused of conspiring with her lover to kill her ex-boyfriend.
We'll keep you updated on all of these trials throughout the day, but let's go back to Massachusetts, where deliberations have been underway. We are waiting for them to take their lunch break. We anticipate that could happen in about 15 minutes, but we will hear something as
I'm
far
not sure
as
if it's a working lunch or if they're just going to break away, which probably is better. I always find
to take a break fully.
Yeah, everybody go eat your lunch in your quarters and then come back fresh. The working lunch, to me, it seems distracting.
And there's a body of folks who believe that they sometimes will get their lunch and then come back with the verdict on a full stomach, rather than coming back with a verdict before lunch.
They want the free lunch.
I mean,
I don't know about this case. That's a little deep, but whatever happens, we'll be there. And as we wait, we are looking back at some of the most important testimony that we think the jury right now could be discussing and talking about what might move the needle for either side. That's Proctor, first time around. He didn't testify this time because of obvious reasons. It was a complete failure the first time, given his text messages. So what the Commonwealth did was they had Sergeant Yuri Buchanan take the stand to testify about a range of topics, including Michael Proctor and how he handled the case.
they also looked at this all-important Sally Port video that was a huge point of contention during the first trial. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to look at this together, and then we're going to bring in our jury consultant guest to talk about what this jury may be thinking.
The footage, the way that is depicted right now, is very accurately represents what I remember from being there.
In fact, this side of the vehicle that we're looking at that's closest to us, that I'm highlighting on the screen to your right, that is in fact the driver's side of the vehicle, not the passenger side of the vehicle. Is that correct?
That is correct.
The far side over here would be the right rear of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
Which area is Michael Proctor walking to? The left rear or the right rear in this footage?
It appears if that's him, he's walking to the right rear of the vehicle.
Can we play this forward? And do you see Mr. Proctor's head above the SUV?
Yes.
And watch him as the tow truck driver walks by. Did he appear to move?
He shifted weight, yes.
And it appears that there's another person that showed up in the footage, an anomaly of some sort, walking off screen left to right. Is that right?
That's what it appears, yes.
Is Mr. Proctor still at the right rear taillight area?
He's in that general vicinity, yes.
Let's go ahead and play it forward. A little bit further. Pause. Can you see anything in his hand? And let me just ask it closed in. Do you see the portfolio in his hand?
It would not be unlikely that it's there, but I can't tell exactly what it is in his hand.
Let's play it forward. Do you see anything in his hand now as his arm?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Does it appear to be consistent with the black portfolio that we saw earlier?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Let's move forward. And he is now off screen, correct?
Yes.
So, in point of fact, Sergeant, when you were asked previously whether the prior video fairly and accurately depicted what you recall as it pertains to the SUV and the Sally Port, that was not quite true, correct? Objection.
I'll allow it.
The way I understood the question is what I'm watching accurately depicts what's taking place. It is. Just because it's a mirror image doesn't mean that it's not recording what the actions and what is transpiring.
But you would agree, at least, that the previous video showed exactly the opposite of what was true and correct, not just a mirror image. What is left is right, and what is right is left, correct?
Status to that form.
Would you agree that in point of fact, a mirror image video is not a true and accurate depiction of what's depicted in a scene?
I think it just is a mirror image of what's taking place. If you see someone walking in or driving a vehicle and it's depicting the action of the vehicle being pulled in, and if it's mirrored, it's pulling in from left to right or right to left. It's still documenting the activity that's taking place.
Or if someone walks to the left rear of the vehicle versus the right rear of the vehicle, those two things will be switched, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And you'll agree that the prior video that we showed, that you and I just talked about, the inverted video, appeared for all intents and purposes to show Michael Proctor stay away from the left, from the right rear taillight, walk all the way around, and position himself to the left rear taillight. You'd agree with that, correct?
Objection.
Do you agree with that?
It appeared that that is what was happening, but he was standing next to the taillight that was already damaged.
But in the corrected video, which is this one, it actually shows unequivocally that Michael Proctor walked directly to the right rear taillight portion of this SUV. Correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. In the corrected video, this video here, this unequivocally shows that Michael Proctor walked toward the right rear area of that SUV, where the right taillight is, correct?
Yes.
And you'll also agree that this video was taken before any taillight material was ever found at 34 Fairview, correct?
Can you zoom in on the time?
Not on this one, this is backwards.
I know that the SUV pulled into the garage, the Sally Port, at 5:35, and we were still on scene at 5:51, almost 52. So, yes, if that's timestamp before 5:51, before we left Canton PD, then yes, taillight pieces had already been found.
All right, that was Yuri Buchanan, who substituted for Michael Proctor in Karen Read 2. How did he do? Well, it'd be up to a jury. Might be one of the things they're talking about in that deliberation room, the evidence against Karen Read, and he was the guy, the face of it. 6 hours, 8 minutes and counting. Let's bring in National Trial Attorney Madeline Somerville. This case, what's your take? It has a lot of people's attention, a lot of people at home right now watching, waiting. What are your thoughts?
Thank y'all so much for having me. I'm so happy to be back to talk about this with you because we are at my favorite part as a jury consultant. So we're like 6 hours in. Usually when you get to about 3 days worth cumulatively in a difficult trial like this, they're done. And in a difficult trial like this, when we know there's the potential for there to be a hung jury, I would wait for that 3 sort of day mark where they've been back for 3 days. It doesn't necessarily have to be like 8-hour days, but if they feel like they've been there that long, statistics show that that's how long it takes. It's interesting that you just played the clip about the taillight because, in my opinion, after having watched a lot of the trial, to me, that's the most that's the most persuasive piece of evidence that would cause the jurors to have reasonable doubt. And remember, it's not just doubt, it's reasonable doubt here. And while I think there's a lot of reasonable doubt as to there not being any intention to hurt her husband in this case, even though there's strong evidence even though there's strong evidence to the not malice murder charge, that it was, simply because it was an accident. I think that there's a lot of reasonable doubt that the the defense has had the opportunity to create over these two trials and figure out what works the best to be able to share with this jury.
Madeline, how often do you see in your line of work where juries become very, I'll use the word aggressive, but I mean that the debate goes beyond just civil debate inside of that room? There are times when we then get notes from jurors who say that someone has shut down, they refuse to deliberate, that there is this contention that is palpable.
Last week. Yeah.
That just happened. So tell me about what you think when that happens, and what are some of the factors that lead to that inside of a jury room?
That's a fantastic question, and it's a lot more common than people think. So I didn't know about it in the Weinstein trial. So now my brain is going off in that direction. But in this case here, a lot of times what happens is with any group dynamic, the way that I explain it to people is two people have a hard enough time deciding what they want for dinner at night. Imagine getting 12 people to agree on all of this. And it's also something that they're very frustrated about because they haven't been able to talk to each other about it this whole time. And so we were talking earlier about them having lunch and being able to work through it. The chances that they're not talking about it during their lunch are zero because they've been dying to talk to each other about all of this. So once you finally get those feelings out, if you are a person who feels very strongly and communicates very strongly, and there's another person in the room like that as well, that's something that your jury consultant and picking the jury should have taken into consideration because you're forming a team. And so when you have multiple strong personalities within the same room, it's very common that one person's going to go, nope, don't care, shut down, not going to do it. And that's how you end up with a hung jury. And it's very difficult because what happens sometimes is you can give them, and it's called different things in different states. If you get a question like that or a comment to the judge can bring them out and kind of admonish them and tell them, look here, guys, like school teacher style, I'm going to need you to get your stuff together because these people worked very hard to put this on. You spent all of your time here. Let's not waste this opportunity. Like if you truly can't come to a verdict, I understand. But so that's the level of intervention that can be taken if that happens here.
Yeah, the old Allen charge.
Dynamite charge.
Yeah, Allen charge.
It does work, boy. It's basically like you said, Madeline. Get back there and take the other person's side for a second in your brain so you can see where they're coming from.
And reminding them that they are the best jury to handle this.
Right.
And in this case, it means even more because you are the second jury to handle this, and we know that you can come to a decision.
Yeah, we're going to get a break. You know what I also wonder is how the defense bringing that juror from Karen Read 1 into their team
alternate
factored in on this case overall. We'll get a break. We're monitoring, we're watching. We're actually doing a lot of people watching outside of that courthouse in Dedham. A lot of characters there, a lot of invested citizens from around the country, actually. It saw some Canadian flags as well. People just really want to insert themselves in this case because they're so invested. They've watched hours and hours. So
and they can now be on the courthouse steps. They had to be away from
Yeah.
this area for the longest, but here we are. Stay with us. More Court TV on the other side.
to Court TV Live, along with Julia Janae. I'm Ted Rollins. We are on Verdict Watch in the case against Karen Read. Live look outside the courthouse and inside the courtroom where the trial took place. The clock continues to tick, 6 hours, 18 minutes and counting. We do understand that the jury did take a lunch, and we're not sure if it's a working lunch or not. So what some trials we cover, we have a liaison. Usually we're the only media there, or we have our people there, and we know exactly, a bailiff
And someone
will
comes
come
out
up.
and tells
Yes,
everyone.
they are at lunch, so we'll stop the clock and do the math this way. We're not getting that. So what we're going to do is just, as long as when we know they are in the courthouse working, whether they're eating lunch or not, we're going to factor that in.
Yeah, so that's the latest, is that they did take that lunch break around 1 o'clock. So that was 30 minutes ago. And they resumed or finished that lunch at 1:30, so 2 minutes ago. And this could be an important moment, Ted, because a lot of times there are jurors who are
After a break,
juries
yes.
after they come back from eating. Once they're able to just take that break, they just have already come up with a verdict, and they will actually submit it to the court.
Yeah, there's been some wild stories through the years about how juries act, and when in high-profile cases, you can go back to the OJ case. They took a vote. They had a verdict within a few minutes. Then they faked. They had some readback just because it looked bad.
And then they got bored of it, right?
yeah,
And didn't
no,
want the
yeah.
whole thing.
So who knows what's going on with this jury? Have they? Are they close? Have they come to a decision? We'll find out. We got you covered, but right now they continue to deliberate. And while we wait, we've been going back and looking at some of the best moments from trial, things that maybe they're considering. The character of the witnesses, the state's evidence, and the character of the investigator. It's a big part of this case.
Huge part of this case. The missing witness was Michael Proctor, now a fired trooper, Michael Proctor. So in his stead, Sergeant Yuri Buchanan did all of the testifying about some of those text messages in a group chat that included Michael Proctor and other officers. Here is a look at some tense cross-examination with Karen Read's lead defense attorney, Alan Jackson.
On August 17th, 2022, you were in a group text with the following individuals: Michael Proctor, Trooper Kukowski, a lieutenant named Fanning, and a trooper named DiCicco, D-I-C-I-C-C-O, correct?
Yes.
I'm handing you a document. Can you tell me if you recognize that document?
I recognize parts of it.
You saw that document on direct examination. I think you were shown the same document, correct?
It was different parts of it, but same. It's inclusive of within this document.
Okay. Let's start with this. You indicated that you did not see Michael Proctor's name on that document, correct?
Correct. His name is not on here.
But you do recognize that as being reflective, accurately reflective of the text chain that you were on August 17th, 2022, that group chat.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to do this a little bit backward, but bear with me. You do see the name Kukowski, correct?
I do.
You do see the name Fanning, correct?
I do.
You do see the name DiCicco, correct?
I do.
And you do see the name Buchanan, correct?
No, it's misspelled, but I know they're probably referencing me.
Okay. The only other text or person texting on that chain is a code, a lengthy, almost like a URL code with no name, correct?
Yes, you're right.
And
Yes.
the only person that I didn't name, whose name I did not read off, it's obvious on that document, is Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
So deductive reasoning tells you that that is the code is Michael Proctor. Is that right?
I would agree with you, yes.
Okay. In that text chain, it starts with Trooper DiCicco sending a photograph, correct?
No.
The May I approach?
Yes.
You turn to page 2683, please. Do you see a photograph there?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Fair enough. There were some texts between and among the group that preceded this photograph, correct?
Yes.
I want to start on this date, August 17, 2022, with this photograph. This photograph was sent by Trooper DeChico to the group, correct?
It possibly appears that way. I really can't. I mean,
Your Honor, with the
Yes.
court's permission, I'm not sure this document has been marked. I'd like to have this marked and
Sure,
admitted.
we'll mark it for ID.
I'd actually like to have it marked and admitted. There's certain things I'd like to show.
What's the Commonwealth's position on that?
I have no objection to admission, but not in this form. It needs to be redacted.
Just so we're talking about the same thing, Sergeant, I've just handed you a page that's been marked Exhibit 116. Do you recognize that as being a copy of one of the multiple pages in the document that you're holding that's been marked for identification as FF?
yes, sir.
Okay, if we could publish that single page, please.
Okay.
Is that a photograph that was sent by Trooper DeChico to the group?
According to this document, yes.
Who is depicted in that photograph?
The big story, Mr. David Yannetti, criminal defense attorney.
Do you see that person in court?
Yes, I do.
Where is he seated and what is he wearing?
He's seated right there wearing a blue tie and dark suit, white shirt.
Thank you. We could bring the lights up, Your Honor.
Okay.
In response to, and going back to the multi-page document FF, in response to Trooper DeChico's photograph that he sent to the group, you responded to that photograph, did you not?
Yes, this document indicates so, yes.
And you responded by laughing at it, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Well, that's what it says, or that's what you did?
I don't remember.
Trooper Proctor then, former Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, then responded, correct?
That's what it says here, yes.
And he responded to the group, funny, I'm then responded again. Is that right?
Yes.
He wrote, no nudes so far, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Michael Proctor responded yet again. Is that right?
That's correct.
And in reference to Mr. Yannetti's photograph, he wrote, I hate that man. I truly hate him. Correct?
That's what it says.
All right, that was Yuri Buchanan going back. And those text messages, you know, you hear them time after time, and it still is jolting. Like,
Every
you
time.
Really? That's what you,
Yeah.
I mean, ugh.
With other officers while you're investigating a case.
Yeah.
I mean, it's something that no doubt turned off the first jury. Who knows what it's doing without Proctor being there, being the one to read it. I think it took some of the sting out of it to not see him, his voice, his mouth saying the things that he apparently was thinking at the time.
Absolutely. Let's get a break. We'll get you, well, we'll either be inside the courtroom, outside the courthouse, or looking back at video from the trial. We're all in on Karen Read, 6 hours, 27 minutes and counting. This jury has been working. Stay with us.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, we're live from Dedham for Verdict Watch in the Karen Reed retrial. We'll be unpacking the evidence in all the controversy surrounding the retrial of the century.
Closing Arguments tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
We're getting you ready for the biggest trials across the country before court is in session. Plus, deeper dives into true crime stories with our daily spotlight.
Opening statements with Julie Grant. Mornings at 8/7 Central on Court TV.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. We continue to be in a verdict watch in the Karen Reed murder retrial as we all wait together for a note from the jury, a question, or a verdict. And while we do that, we are taking a look back at some of the best moments from this trial.
Let's head back to that courtroom back during the testimony of the Commonwealth's case. Sergeant Yuri Buchanan came in, basically took the place of Michael Proctor from the first time around, and Alan Jackson went after him, especially about those inappropriate text messages that were being sent around with Proctor and Buchanan on the chain. Let's go back and listen to more.
This is the tab that was ultimately used to search Hoss Long to Die in Cold, which is the query that started all of the confusion. At this point in time, there was no navigational events recorded anywhere. All we see is that the web page that was brought into view is ozonebasketball.com/teams. This web page was last visited at 14 minutes after midnight on the 26th of January. At 6:23:51, the blue button at the bottom of the keyboard is used to submit a search for the term "How long tidai in Kikdi," CIKD. This creates a specific URL in Safari, which is shown on screen here. So google.com/search "How long tidai in Kikdi," IE UTF-8, OE UTF-8. Client Safari is the important part of this string that tells us that it's a query that's made using Safari. Importantly, there is no history record made that shows that the navigation actually occurred to this website. The only time it shows "How long tidai in the Kikdi" is at 6:23:51, and the only time it shows "How long tidai in the cold" is at 6:24:18. There's no other mentions of either of these searches anywhere else in this file. The history database, again, is known to be a good source of data for visited web pages and timestamps for the pages that completely loaded. Again, in this case, neither of these searches or neither of these URLs was in the history database, but there are no missing records, which indicates that nothing was deleted. And again, the only reason that I can come up with for why that is the case is that the page didn't load. There were multiple deleted records in the browser state database. It wasn't just the record for "How long tidai in the cold."
When you say there's multiple deleted records, can you go into a database and see what URL searches have been deleted from the actual item?
Yes, so from a forensic examiner point of view and using forensic software, I can look at the database and see the records that have been deleted and recovered. There does become a time when you're unable to recover any more records and they're now just purely deleted and unable to get back. But at this point, I was able to recover a good number of records. And these were the 5 that I thought it was important to focus on for here. You can see that 3 of them occur at 2:27. So at 2:27:36, 2:27:38, 2:27:40. And these are the web pages that we've just seen in the presentation. So Hockomock Sports, the YouTube video, "How long tidai in the cold," and then 2 additional pages for cantonma.org and Ozone Basketball. Ultimately, I wasn't able to say what caused these deletions at these particular times, but I'm confident that it wasn't as a result of user interaction. That's something that was brought on purpose.
Mr. Wesson, I have a couple questions about your analysis and your opinions.
Yes.
You showed us a tab that was opened at 2:27:40, and it had something to do with Hockomock Sports.
Yes.
In your
All right, that was Ian Whiffen on the stand, an expert with Cellbrite, talking about Jen McCabe's text messages, or rather Google searches, the "How long tidai in cold." Let's bring in national trial attorney and jury consultant Madeline Somerville. Madeline, it's great to talk to you about this case while we're on a verdict watch. And can you talk about how often we actually see the argument of a cover-up made versus how many times it's actually successful? Because this isn't the first time we've seen a defendant argue that there's this cover-up or faulty police investigation that leads to a conspiracy in the case.
So here's the kind of thing that you have to consider. The jurors do not like for their time to be wasted. So if you present a sufficient amount of evidence to where the jurors say, you know what, it's plausible that there was a conspiracy here, then they'll take it seriously. But until you've reached that threshold, the jurors are like, why am I here? This is insane. Like, the tendency is to offer deference to law enforcement, to people in the community who are helping others. And so it's likely that they're going to trust the police. Now, in this particular county, in this area, I know that there's been other instances where people have questioned the validity of some police investigations. And I talk about the CSI generation sometimes where, you know, people think that they're, when they sit on a jury, that they know really what's going on because they've seen it on TV. You can also encounter jurors who have some experience something on TV or in their own communities where they feel like they're already familiar with some sort of conspiracy. So those are the kinds of things to take into consideration. It's not common, it's not usually done, and it's only going to be taken seriously if they have sufficient evidence.
Yeah. And
Thanks for
might be
doing
this, this. I think this case is legit. It checks those boxes that she's talking about. You've got a community that, for some reason, is very open to police misconduct, and you're
the
seeing
possibility of it, and they
that.
feel
And look
like
at how
they've
many
seen
people
it.
are outside the courthouse right now.
And they are very upset about what has happened. They believe she needs to be found not guilty because of the problems with the investigation.
Absolutely. Madeline Somerville, so nice to have you along with us. Thank you for your expertise. We're going to slip in a commercial break here, but coming up, one of our two guys on the scene, Vinnie Politan. He's in with the people. He's going to join us next from outside the courthouse. 6 hours, 38 minutes and counting. Stay with us.
So welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julia Janae. Thank you for being with us this afternoon as we all follow together what is happening on the ground in Dedham, Massachusetts. Will a jury find Karen Read guilty or not guilty, or will they be unable to reach a unanimous verdict all over the death of her boyfriend, John O'Keefe? We are again in Norfolk County, Massachusetts this afternoon for that murder retrial. And we have a live look for you. We've got cameras all over the place, and there's two of them. One of them is showing you across the street from that courthouse where people have been gathering on the steps of the building facing everything. So they're in a zone that they weren't able to be in before. And on the other side, you see the infamous fan. That's all we have seen today in terms of what's going on inside of that courtroom. This jury just came back from a lunch earlier, so now they are back deliberating, and we are standing by for anything that could happen inside of that courthouse. And we have with us right now, a real treat in the afternoon, joining us live from outside of that courthouse is our own Court TV lead anchor, Vinny Politan, who has been there among the people, there with the Sea of Pink, the Karen Read supporters. Vinny, tell us what the latest is.
Julia, let me tell you, the later it gets in the day here, the more the anticipation is growing. Not quite yet to a fevered pitch, but everyone is hearing, they understand lunch is over. We know many times at Court TV through the years, a jury has come back pretty quickly after lunch with a verdict. So I think the anticipation is there. The communication, though, from inside the courthouse, everyone has to stay outside, right? It's a very small courtroom. It's a very intense situation. But how will people know that something is happening inside the courtroom? Let me show you how they're going to know. If we turn around right here, if you look where those two officers are, that is the spot or the spots where Karen Read and her defense team pull up to. They are not staying here at the courthouse. They're staying off-site. But when they need to come back here because something is happening, they'll pull their black SUVs up right there. It's Karen Read, their security, plus obviously the defense team. And when that moment happens, this crowd starts to rumble and they get ready. They know they can't make noise. They can't cheer. They can't chant. But there's a rumble that you feel in that moment when Karen Read and her team pull up because they know something is happening inside the courtroom. Now, obviously, the lawyers, yeah, there we go. A lot of excitement. You have the lawyers and Karen Read coming out. And sometimes Karen Read, because she's permitted to, may speak and give us an indication as to why they've returned to the courthouse. Could be a note, could be a question, could be a verdict. So that's why all eyes are focused on that area across the street. Now, where we are is the buffer zone. And a lot of drama and controversy surrounding the buffer zone throughout all of this. And if you'll take a look at these shirts right here, these are the buffer zone heroes. Time to get to the bottom of the story here. So what's your name?
Allison.
Allison, what's the story behind the shirt and the buffer zone drama?
We started hanging. Actually, Karen just came back.
Wait a minute. Turn around. Turn around. Turn around. They're back. Something's happening. This could be anything. Let's see if we got any word of what's going on. Alessi and Wolf were in the car. One car is back. The second car is now coming down the street. Alessi went up already? Alessi's up the stairs. Did the second SUV show up yet? So this is one SUV. Karen Read was not in it. No one saw Karen Read, correct? Okay. So like I was describing just moments before it happened, as soon as those SUVs pull up, you know something's going on in the courtroom. So now everyone's waiting to see if the second SUV shows up. Now, the attorneys can come for any particular reason, but the defendant has to be there. If something of significance is happening, a note, whatever it is, the defendant needs to be here. So Karen Read will be here. That's the second SUV that we're waiting for right now. So, like I said, take a look at how the crowd is gathering on the other side. It starts to fill up because that's as close as you can really get to Karen Read when she shows up and her defense team. Now, you're seeing a lot of people wear pink, people in this area showing their support through what color they wear. If you're looking for supporters from the other side, they're just not here. I haven't seen them. I have not heard from any of them. It's pretty much unanimous that everyone that's showing up here is supporting Karen Read. But in this moment right now, we're wondering, Karen is not coming. How do you know?
Just paperwork.
Paperwork. All right. I'm getting the news from the people. The people are not getting the news from me. Right? See how that works? All right. All right. We're going to, so some paperwork, not a verdict, but this is important too. So we're in the buffer zone, right?
We're in the buffer zone.
Last time I was here, there was nobody in the buffer zone. What changed?
So we had started coming down in about November on days where there wasn't court for Karen, and we'd hold signs protesting Judge Canone specifically. When the buffer zone order came down, we took it to federal court and fought it. We had to go back a couple of times, but we won the right to be able to stand out here now. Yes.
And what are the limit? You can't make a lot of noise though. No. That's one. So what are the limitations that you have being in here?
So we can have certain signs and shirts. It's a little confusing. I do know that we cannot have anything that says Free Karen Read on it or FKR, but we are allowed to wear like the Jackson Yannetti shirts. I was told that we can't have Justice for Officer John O'Keefe stuff in here.
You can.
You can, is what I was told. I could be wrong, so don't quote me. It was mostly just like Free Karen or anyone directly, like you can't have anything targeting the witnesses. So it's a lot.
How has it changed? How's it changed things here?
I think it's great. I love it. I'm so happy to be here. Like seeing everybody here is just, it's so worth everything that we did. Like I'm just so happy everyone's here. There's like at least 1,000 people here.
Have any of you ever been involved in anything like this before?
Last year.
Any sort of comedians here too, right? No, but before this case, had you ever gotten involved?
No, nothing. This is the first time ever going to protests and standouts and coming to court all the time for something. Just it's crazy. It's
So what is it? Like a lot of people have that question. People watching from around the country are wondering, why are they all here? What drove you to be here? What drove you to bring a court case?
I think a lot of people relate to Karen. She could be any one of us. I feel like the corruption in this case is blatantly obvious. I think a lot of people just realize this could be me, it could be her, it could be any one of us standing here. And unfortunately, a lot of us wouldn't have the means to fight this. She's very lucky in the lawyers that she got. And, Aidan Carney spread the news and we all joined in. And we're all here to make sure that people know what's going on.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you giving us information. If you look around, it's not that we are talking. It's that there was a moment where some of the lawyers showed up, so the crowd has gotten bigger and bigger. The intensity is building up. The anticipation is building up. So, Julia, as we stand here, I'm just going to stand still for just a second. As we stand here, I don't know what this moment is going to be like when word spreads that there's a verdict, but we'll just have to see. And we'll be here for that moment when it happens. And I know how everyone standing around here feels about the case, but we'll see. But they should not be making that noise. That's one of the things they're not supposed to do. Julia.
Vinny, wow. You cannot get closer to this trial than you there in the middle of it all. I don't know where anyone else can watch the coverage that we have for everyone. And I saw someone with a shirt that said Yannetti and Jackson. I mean, this is a trial that even the lawyers have become celebrities to the people there. Our thanks to Vinny Politan for that report. Let's bring in our guest who is standing by this hour. Trial attorney and federal litigation attorney Mackenzie Joy Brennan is with us. Mackenzie, wow. Vinny took us there with everyone that is there and feeling so strongly about this case. They've gone through litigation just to be able to stand outside of this courthouse. Tell me your thoughts on the mood outside of this courthouse. How does it compare to what you've seen in the past?
Boy, it's really hard to compare that to anything. And I do always want to note that I am no relation to Hank Brennan. Apparently, it's a very common name in the legal world. But yeah, this is not something like I've seen anywhere else, especially when it's a non-celebrity defendant, that this otherwise is not a high-profile trial. It's just that people really relate to the circumstance that she's in. I mean, I get it. When you're in Massachusetts, I went to school right outside Fall River, actually, and Mass stadies have a very bad reputation. And so you're seeing people in these communities mobilize after seeing potentially generations worth of abuse from police departments or, alleged abuse, feeling that there's some sort of misconduct that continuously happens in these communities. And like some of the folks waiting out there have said, that this could be any one of us, that this is not an uncommon story, that it doesn't surprise them, and that it's time to speak up. I think it's really powerful that they took this to federal court and that they ended up getting a version of a victory to be able to speak their mind out there.
Mackenzie, what kind of impact do you feel that these crowds, the attention, they can't chant anymore because we know last year jurors reported that they could hear the chanting inside the deliberation room. But what impact do you think this has, if any, on the deliberation process?
Yeah, and I do think that was a fair modification because that at a certain point it really does become juror pressure if you can actively hear folks outside. Beyond that, I think it shows you how hard it is to really sequester juries. And I know that this jury is pretty much on their honor that they're not actively kept from their communities, their families. So they're kind of just Scouts honor that they're not engaging in this community. But it's really, really hard to not see this, to not absorb some of the story through osmosis, through overhearing it at the supermarket, and then obviously walking through these crowds. And I think the fact that most of the mobilized folks are supporters of Karen Read has to speak volumes if you are a juror. I mean, imagine coming out with a different opinion. It would give you cause to question, well, boy, why am I feeling this way if everybody out there seems to have a totally different take? Is there something that they're not showing us in evidence? Because that is sometimes the case. And then obviously the inverse is true too, that sometimes people on the street aren't privy to all the evidence that they're getting in the trial. So it cuts both ways. But long story short, there's no way that it doesn't move the needle a little bit. But I don't know that that's such a bad thing.
6 hours and 55 minutes so far this jury has been deliberating. This is over the course of 2 days. They only deliberated for about 2 hours on Friday, so we are now in the thick of it, in the thick of the deliberations. You see the camera outside where everyone is standing by waiting to see a glimpse of Karen Read or any indication that we've got a verdict or a question or some kind of movement inside of the courtroom. Mackenzie, thank you for your analysis. Stand by. We're going to get to a break, but when we come back, we're going to keep talking Karen Read, keep checking in to see what's happening there inside of that Dedham, Massachusetts courthouse.
On closing arguments, we're live from Dedham for Verdict Watch in the Karen Read retrial. We'll be unpacking the evidence in all the controversy surrounding the retrial of the century.
Closing arguments tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
It's the biggest story that we're covering. He is the boogeyman.
So many eyes have been on Donna Adelson from the beginning. A social media sensation, now a suspected killer. Today could be the day. We are in a verdict watch in Dedham, Massachusetts in the Karen Read murder retrial. And before we get you back to our coverage there, here's a quick look at two other cases we are tracking here at Court TV. In New York, the federal sex trafficking trial for Sean Diddy Combs continues with testimony from a paralegal about text messages between the music mogul and his staff. Prosecutors hope to connect the dots on his alleged co-conspirators and what they know regarding those drug-fueled hotel nights. And in South Carolina, jury selection is underway in our newest live trial, the Garden Hose murder retrial for Michael Colucci. He's standing trial again for the death of his wife 7 years after the first trial ended. It ended in a mistrial. And opening statements in this one, they're expected to begin tomorrow. We will keep you updated on all of these trials throughout the day. But right now, we are all in on Karen Read and the murder retrial. The latest that we've heard from the Norfolk Superior Courthouse is that these jurors did go on a lunch break or got their lunch to eat last hour. They've been back at it deliberating at about 1:30. So for about the last 45 minutes, we haven't heard a peep from this jury in the now 7 hours that they have been deliberating. So while we wait for that verdict to come down or a question or a note inside of the courtroom, we're taking a listen back to what could be critical evidence that these jurors could be discussing as they go over the case. And that's the testimony of this woman, a critical witness for the prosecution, Jen McCabe, someone who was a friend of the victim, John O'Keefe, and someone that the defense has pointed the finger at as being dishonest about what happened. Let's listen back to what Jen McCabe recalled this time around after finding John O'Keefe's body on the front lawn of 34 Fairview.
You share with us that you were trying chest compressions. Before the chest compressions, did you make a phone call?
I called 911.
I'd like to move to introduce a copy of that 911 call.
Okay. Do you have something physically to? Thank you.
Ms. McLaughlin does.
Thank you.
With,
Thank you.
with the court's permission, I'd like to play Exhibit 45.
Yes.
No, this is for emergency.
Yes, I'm returning from the third cell kid. Third cell kid about the kid now, the baby and cast out in the snow.
You can't hold on, because you can't let it go. You can have to know, okay?
Yeah, I don't know why I did that.
Yes, that's the line.
I'm 15 going, like 59 that area in 15, okay?
I'm going to get one, because it's
Okay. I know. Oh, you're the one that I don't think like the parents.
911, emergency.
I need someone to talk immediately to start talking to you, bro. Can't get now.
What's going on?
There's a guy unresponsive in the cell.
In the cell,
Yeah, 34, the Albert resident. Yeah, I just pulled up and found it.
Okay, 34 Fairview.
34 Fairview can't now, yeah.
911 is under order, emergency.
I don't know.
Hello?
Yes, I'm sorry. Can you come to 34 Fairview Road in Kingston?
34 Fairview?
Yes, there's a man unresponsive in the snow.
Okay, what else?
He's going to get here, okay?
Okay, what's going on? Did they face down?
We just shipped him over.
Okay. And who's that in the background? Is that someone related?
His girlfriend, he's John O'Keefe.
Okay, how old is he?
John is 46 years old.
46, how long has he been outside?
I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and I could have been a couple of hours. Is he Jerry? Is he? I don't. I don't know if he's breathing. There are two women trying to use it can be heat and then hysterical.
Okay, can you just try asking? I know it's tough, but we're going to get the side and go and then just get it.
Is he breathing? It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to attempt CPR?
Yes, he's got CPR. No, I guess he's gone.
Okay, they don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
Okay. All right, we have the fire department and the police department on the way. If everyone's defining CPR, then I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys upside?
I'm right up front. I know, Mom. I'm all the news. I know. I know, honey, I know. Kelly, you gotta get off of me. Kelly, you gotta get off of him.
You know if there was any alcohol or drugs involved?
He had texted out,
Living on drinking.
like I'm talking hours about maybe. And I don't know.
Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe his head out?
Yes, absolutely. I think it's bleeding in the face.
Okay, bleeding from the face. All right.
Yeah.
And how big the pool of blood is, if there is any?
Something to have to note that one of the women is doing CPR.
Okay, one of them is doing CPR?
Yes, I'm working on him.
All right, if she's doing CPR, and just give us a call back. We tell us response, all right, but we're on the way.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. McCabe, describe your mental state when you were speaking to 911.
I guess the best way to describe it was I was in shock. My heart was racing. I was trying to be as helpful as I could and get the information to the most important information out as quick as I could to the 911 operators. But also the scene there with Karen and Kerry was a bit chaotic between the two of them. So I was just trying my best to be as calm as I could, to get help there as fast as I could, and to answer their questions the best that I could.
Before you told the 911 operator John O'Keefe's name and his age, you said there's a man in the snow. Do you know why you chose those words?
I think I just wanted to get out the most specific details. So a man in the snow versus, John O'Keefe and into a story. I think I just was get the details to them as fast as possible to get help there to him as fast as possible.
When you told the 911 operator that your friend John O'Keefe was the person lying in the snow, how did you know his age?
We used to joke because he was a couple months older than me. So I would, say, oh, well, you're older than me. It was a silly little thing between friends.
When you called the 911 operator, had Kerry and the defendant already been around or near John?
Yes.
Do you know if they had begun trying CPR before you called 911?
I'm not sure if they had, because Karen had straddled him and was lifted her shirt, was warming him up, and then Kerry was yelling at her to get off. And I think when Kerry got the blankets and was trying to put him under John, I think as she started to move him and wipe him, blood started to come out. And then Karen was afraid that he was going to choke on his blood and wanted to move him on his side. But then Kerry was yelling at her, we can't move him. And this was kind of all going on while I was talking to 911.
You described what you saw and you said at some point he was bleeding from the face area. Was that before or after he was moved?
After.
Before he was moved, did you see any active bleeding?
No.
After you called 911, what do you do next?
I think I called my sister and she didn't answer. And then I think I called her as I was walking over to John and she didn't answer. And then I immediately got down on the ground and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over.
How long did you try to help John for?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
How long were you and the defendant and Miss Roberts there before someone else arrived?
Police officer was the first to arrive. In the moments, it seemed like a long time, but I think it was fairly quick that they arrived.
Any point during the time when you tried to help Mr. O'Keefe and the first police officer arrived, at any point did you see any signs of life from Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
When the police officer first arrived, do you remember what happened next?
I remember it was very chaotic, but there was talk about a spotlight. And I remember, I think I got up and ran to kind of wave the, to get the police officer's attention so he could see where we were.
And then what happens?
The police officer, not sure specific, I do remember him asking about John. I think he said, is he a drug user? He was just asking some basic questions.
And what's the environment? What's going on around you?
Karen's just running around crazy, like just yelling, screaming, kind of like a ping pong.
What are you trying to do?
I was just trying to talk to the officer. I guess I just went into this like type of mode of, all right, I have to just talk to him, get the information out, figure out like how we can best help John and like what happened to him and try to save him ultimately.
And what happens next?
More officers begin to come, fire and EMT. So the scene becomes active with a lot of different presence. John, I think they lift John onto a board at one point. The officers are asking us questions. Karen's kind of coming over, talking to the questions, and then kind of just running away. And then she just runs back over. She's doing a lot of screaming, a lot of repetitive, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Kerry, I think, Kerry's off kind of making phone calls, I believe, to John's family.
What do these jurors who are deliberating now, the 7 women, 5 men who are deliberating, what do they think about Jen McCabe's testimony? Right now, we are looking at this live picture of what's inside of the courtroom. Of course, the jury is in a different place in a deliberation room. There hasn't been any movement today in terms of a note or a question from these jurors. They took their lunch and they are back at it. 7 hours and 13 minutes in total. We will keep you updated on everything. You see, we've got a camera there on the outside as well. Matt Johnson is there on the ground, as well as our lead anchor, Vinnie Politan. Matt's going to join us in about 30 minutes to tell us about arrivals at that courthouse today and what it all may mean. Stay with us. More Karen Read on the other side.
I'm so happy to be here. Like seeing everybody here is just it's so worth everything that we did. Like I'm just so happy everyone's here. There's like at least 1,000 people here.
Have any of you ever been involved in anything like this before?
Last year.
Any sort of comedians here too, right? Comedian. No, but before this case, had you ever gotten involved?
No, nothing. This is the first time ever going to protests and standouts and coming to court all the time for something. Just, it's crazy.
And that's the scene right now outside of the courthouse. Thank you for being with us here on Court TV Live. I'm Julia Janae. Dedham, Massachusetts is where our eyes are for this verdict watch in the murder retrial for Karen Read. Today could be the day, everyone. This could be the day that a jury finally comes to a decision in the case against Karen Read that has been going on for years. This retrial is the second bite at the apple for the prosecution. And we're looking back now at key testimony that the jurors heard during the trial. Could it be impacting how they are deliberating? The attorneys in this case, they spent a lot of time debating on whether Jen McCabe's infamous Google search, you remember it, how long to die in cold, which was supposed to be how long to die in cold. The question was whether it was made before or after Karen Read found John O'Keefe's body in the snow. Let's take a listen back to some of that testimony. This is Jen McCabe on direct by the Commonwealth.
She was crying. She asked me to get in. We held hands. We prayed. She did have blood on her hands, and she said, could I have gotten my period? Who's going to take care of the kids? She just kind of was all over the place. And then at one point, we saw them moving John towards the ambulance. And at that point, Miss Read started yelling to Miss Roberts, go check on him. Are they working on him? Is he dead? Is he dead? And at that point, myself and Miss Read got out of the car, and she started yelling and pulling on me to Google hypothermia and Google how long it takes for somebody, you know, to die in the cold.
When the defendant first asked you to Google an inquiry about hypothermia, were you still inside the police cruiser or were you outside?
Outside.
What was the weather? I know it's an obvious question, but how cold was it?
It was very cold, windy. The snow was blowing. As I stated, I have multiple sclerosis. So when I'm out in either extremely hot or cold temperatures, I lose the feeling and sensation in my fingers, which obviously made the Googling very hard for me to do because of my, motor skills.
So when you were outside of the car with the defendant and she had asked you to do a search regarding hypothermia, did you try to do that?
Yes, I did.
Do you know the exact time from your memory? Not from reading or learning, but from your memory. Do you remember the exact time you did that?
No.
Was it after the police came that morning?
Yes.
Had you ever attempted to search about hypothermia any time before that moment, that morning?
No.
Or that day?
No.
That week?
No.
Was this the first time that morning after?
Welcome back. The place you want to be is Court TV. Why? We're on verdict watch in the Karen Read murder retrial playing out in Dedham, Massachusetts. The jury has now been deliberating for approximately 8 hours, a few minutes more than that. They will decide whether Read intentionally killed John O'Keefe
or if she's the victim of a cover-up like her defense suggests. That jury will be considering lots of testimony, including testimony from a paramedic who says he overheard Reed say, "I hit him," while he was ventilating O'Keefe on the front lawn. Take a listen.
So as we approached the scene, as I said, there were 3 individuals, and Canton police were on scene as well. And then there was what appeared to be a human figure laying supine in the snow. I'd say about 6 to 8 feet, kind of where the sidewalk met the front lawn of a residence.
What does supine mean?
So that he was laying on his back.
Okay.
From there, I made my way directly over to that individual and started checking for signs of life.
How do you check? Do you get close? Do you get down on the ground?
Yep, so I knelt right at his head. Typically, to check for any signs of life, it's just as you see in TV or anything like that. You check the carotid pulse, and you check for any signs of breathing or anything like that.
Where's the carotid pulse?
So the carotid pulse would be right in the neck. Like just real quick, 2 seconds, you can check either side. They're on both sides. Those are the strongest pulses that you can grab quickly. So I just real quick went right to that gentleman. Like I said, I looked for any signs of breathing. I found none. I checked a carotid pulse, and I found none.
How was his skin to the touch?
He was very cold to the touch.
Did you have a chance at any point to look up?
I did.
And when you looked up, when you were trying to help Mr. O'Keefe, can you tell us who you saw?
I saw a middle-aged middle-aged female with blood on her face. And I, real quick, as I was in the process of providing ventilations, I said, do you know this person?
The person that you looked up and saw that was standing over you with blood on her face, do you recognize that person in this courtroom?
Yes, sir.
With the court's permission, sir, could you point out that person that you looked up and saw?
In between Mr. Jackson or next to Mr. Jackson.
I see. And when you looked up and saw that person and asked about any background, what did she say to you?
I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
How clearly do you remember her words saying to you, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
I remember it very distinctly.
Were there any issues that Mr. Brennan or anybody else in that meeting brought up concerning any of your testimony?
There was just a question of how many times the I hit him came up. It was 3 times.
And were you advised that that's not what you said at your testimony last year?
No,
2 times?
What was it?
You said it was 2 times last year?
I honestly can't recall, sir.
Okay, but you just saw that, or you just read that and went over that 3 weeks ago?
I believe so, sir, yeah.
But you can't remember, as you sit here today, just 3 weeks ago, what y'all discussed in terms of how many times you previously testified that you heard the phrase, I hit him?
They previously testified possibly to 2, but it was 3.
Okay, your memory is clearer now than it was, for instance, a year ago when you testified.
Repeat that?
Sure. Your memory is clearer now, as you sit here, that it was 3 times you heard that, than it was a year ago when you testified that it was 2 times.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does your memory get better with time generally? Your memory. I'm not talking about the royal you. I'm talking about you.
In certain settings, I mean, there are certain things about different aspects that I recall better than others.
Okay. And does your memory tend to get better, or does it fade over time? That's my question.
It can fade over time, but it depends on the context.
All right, still with us, Jack Rice, Josh Schiffer, and really it's going to come down to, in my opinion, whether or not the jury believes the words that the Commonwealth wants everyone to believe, and that is that she did say, I hit him, that it was purposeful, or that she backed into him with the car, and that's what caused his death. What do you think, let me start with you, Josh, with her words being used against her through this testimony?
One of the most powerful parts of the Commonwealth's presentation. And we saw it time and time again. And every criminal justice practitioner I know slaps their head and goes, why sit for those interviews? You know, there's this whole other media story happening out and beyond the actual courtroom. Talk about an unforced error. That little snippet, that phrase, I hit, just used again and again, and it really reinforces the Commonwealth's overall argument that, listen, stop paying attention to the noise. This isn't a wild, crazy anything. Don't listen to what people are making up, trying to trick you. Keep it simple, jury. We're the state. We had a woman in an argument with alcohol, and then her boyfriend ends up dead in the front yard. She was the only one there. That's a murder case. That's their theory. That's their theme. Stick to it. The distraction harms everybody working for the Commonwealth.
All right. Now, Jack, add to this. I again want to listen together because here is a different version of what Karen Reed allegedly said at the scene. Listen to this.
Did I hit him?
How would that have been?
I don't know how could have been. It was howling wind. I had YouTube blasting on the stereo. And I thought, did he somehow try to flag me down, which was the reaction I was hoping to garner as I slowly pulled away from the house? Did he come out and maybe trip or bend over to pick up his cell phone and I ran over his foot and then he passed out drunk? I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him?
All right. Could I have hit him? Now, that's very different. Again, I think it depends on what you want to believe happened, Jack.
You're absolutely right, Your Honor. And I mean, there's the rub, right? But here is the thing. And I mean, just to think about what Josh is talking about, and he's right as he always is this notion of what it is that the Commonwealth is trying to accomplish. And essentially, what the defense is doing is arguing this is a grand conspiracy. And with that in mind, that means everybody involved is lying. Everybody. So what we're seeing in this second trial from the Commonwealth is a real effort to say, this one's not a liar. Let's talk about their career. Let's talk about their experience. Let's talk about where they come from. And then realize this is just one blip of a case. It's irrelevant in the bigger picture of a career, and that what this person is not a liar. They're simply a public servant trying to do their job. And yet what you see now is that very common perspective where you bring another piece of evidence in that says you can use actually the very same words, and depending upon how you say it, it can change its meaning. I mean, you go back to My Cousin Vinny, where I believe it was the sheriff who's on the stand and he's saying, I shot him. And he's reading it from his notebook. Of course, what the kid said was, I shot him. It's how you say it, not just what you say. You remember this from Nita, Your Honor. We've done this together, you and I, in courtrooms. So I know that's the truth.
I agree with you. That's the truth. Josh, isn't that the definition of reasonable doubt? Isn't that very issue? And not knowing how she said it, what she meant, isn't that reasonable doubt in and of itself or not?
Go ask a juror that, because you two are absolutely right. You know, I tell people all the time, what is the most guilty person in the world? Scream, I'm innocent. I'm innocent. It's what I normally do when I'm talking or Jack's talking to somebody getting arrested, and why you never say anything. Everything you say, you can get it twisted around. I don't care what the content was. You can represent it in a way that cuts against the position you were supporting. And it's why all these statements that Karen Reed made eventually come back as tools for a prosecution.
Yep, and they did it this time. They didn't do it last time. They used, as we know, clips from interviews that she gave as part of their case in chief for the jury to consider. All right, gentlemen, stand by. We do need to head to a break. But first, we want to remind you of a trial that Court TV will be covering tomorrow. It is a trial where a high school house party turned deadly, leaving one student fatally wounded and another charged with murder. Here's Court TV's Julia Janae with a preview of the Preppy Party murder trial.
It's hard that I lost my best friend, and I'm sad. I'm confused.
On May 14th, 2022, 4 Connecticut high school students were stabbed outside of a house where dozens of underage kids were drinking and partying. One student, 17-year-old James McGrath, was killed.
I don't know why it would happen to him or anyone, and it's hard to accept.
Jimmy McGrath was a high school junior and star lacrosse player. The news of the stabbings sent shockwaves through the community.
I think that sometimes we as a whole get desensitized to these types of events, but when it hits home, you know, it's hard because they're your neighbors, they're your friends, they're your classmates, they're your associates in work, and, you know, they're a family.
Your Honor, we have Raul Valley on the party docket today.
Raul Valley was 16 years old at the time of the incident. He's now 20 and faces a murder charge as well as 3 assault charges. Prosecutors say there were 2 fights at 2 different houses that led to the tragedy. The trouble began at a party for students from St. Joseph's High School, where witnesses say Raul Valley got drunk and then got into a fight with another teen, Ryan Hines. After the fight broke up, Valley and several of his friends tracked Hines down to a second party about 1.5 miles away, where dozens of kids from Shelton High School were partying. The situation spun out of control and a brawl ensued between Valley and his friends and the teens at the second party.
We just want to make sure that there's no animosity between students of different schools because, you know, this was a tragedy, but it wasn't a tragedy created by a rivalry.
Hines and 2 other teens were stabbed but survived their injuries. Jimmy McGrath later died. McGrath didn't attend either school and is described as an innocent bystander who was trying to break up the fight.
We've been surrounded by love, and it's helped.
Raul Valley pleaded not guilty and could possibly assert a self-defense claim. According to local station News 12 Connecticut, he has twice rejected a 40-year plea deal. If Valley is convicted of murder, he could be sentenced to between 25 and 60 years in prison.
Again, that trial begins tomorrow. Stay tuned. We will head back to Massachusetts momentarily, where the jury is currently deliberating the fate of Karen Read. Stay with us. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ashley Wilcott. Thank you so much for being with us. We are still on a verdict watch, gaining momentum in Dedham, Massachusetts in the Karen Read murder retrial. The jurors have now been deliberating for 8 hours and 19 minutes. They began Friday afternoon late, came back this morning. They are back there deliberating still. As soon as we see any indication of anything, a jury question, a verdict, we're going to take you back into that courtroom live. Right now, you see the fan spinning. That, of course, is the fan in the ceiling of that courtroom as we continue to monitor that by Court TV. In the meantime, we've been breaking down key testimony that jurors are surely keeping in mind as they deliberate Read's fate. Now, this includes testimony from John O'Keefe's mother, Peggy O'Keefe. Peggy recounted on the stand learning about her son's condition and being driven to the hospital by family friend Carrie Roberts. Let's take a look back at some of her testimony and listen to a clip from Karen Read's interview with 2020 when Read talks about John's mother becoming suspicious of her in the wake of her son's death.
When she called you that morning, do you remember the conversation?
Yeah, she said John was found in a snowbank, and I didn't understand, which I said, what do you mean found in a snowbank? She said they found him in the snow. They don't know what happened. She says he's brought up to the Good Samaritan Hospital. So she says, I'm going to come get you and Papa because I don't want you driving. I says, we can drive there. We both have four-wheel drives. She says, no, I'm coming. So she came to get us. And it took a while to get there because the snow was bad. And in the meantime, I had called one of my nieces to find out because one of my other nieces worked at Good Samaritan. I just wanted to know if she could find out anything about it. And I just couldn't get a hold of her. So when we get up there, they told us to sit in this room and they would bring us down shortly. So finally they said, okay, you can go down. So we started walking down the corridor. And as I'm walking down, I hear Karen Read yell, Peg, is he dead? Is he dead, Peg? Peg, is he dead? And I just kept walking. And then I asked, I don't know who it was, a nurse or a worker at the hospital. And I said, what is she doing here? And she says, oh, she's being psych evaluated. So then they brought us down to the room where my son was. He's bruised up, his eyes were closed. It's just not a good scene.
Okay. I'd like to go back, if I may.
Okay.
May I?
Yep.
When Carrie Roberts picked you up in the car, did anybody go with you and Miss Roberts on the drive from your home in Braintree to Good Samaritan Hospital?
No, we were the only three in the car.
Who was the third person?
My husband.
During the drive to Good Samaritan Hospital that morning,
yep,
did you ever have a chance while you were in the car to speak to the defendant?
Yes.
Please tell the jury about that conversation.
I asked her what happened, and she said, we went to a party. I left him there. I said, you just left him there? She said, yes, I just left him there.
Did she say whether she left him inside or outside?
No, she just said, I left him there.
Did she tell you whether or not she left him in the driveway or the street?
She just said, no, I just left him there.
You told us that when you got into Good Samaritan Hospital, you were walking down the hallway and you had another interaction with the defendant.
Yes.
And you told us that she was asking if he was dead.
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe a little bit where in the hospital you had this interaction with her?
When they took us down to the emergency room, the doors open, and there was a corridor to go down to the other rooms, and she was on the left-hand side, and that's when she saw me come in, and that's when she started yelling, is he dead, Peg? Is he dead, Peg?
So when she was yelling, could you describe her mood or demeanor? Was she animated?
She's loud, and I don't know. She was just loud, and as she was saying it.
And when she was asking you, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" Did you again ask her a question?
I just asked the nurse, "What is she doing here?"
They had pulled into the driveway before me, so I was presuming she saw my cracked tail light and was thinking, did you hit my son? I could sense from her that she was looking at me very warily. And then when John's nephew came home, I just wanted to see him and squeeze him. It was quite uncomfortable. I said, Dad, come upstairs to the master bedroom. I said, I think I need to leave. Because I think John's mother thinks I did something to John.
Still with us, Jack Rice and Josh Schiffer. All right, gentlemen, Jack, let me start with you. How much is the jury, do you think, going to take into account their perception of the personality of Karen Read? And here's why I say that. Clearly, she was distraught and out of control at the crime scene when she found John O'Keefe, when she's kind of, according to the mother, yelling at Peg, hey, Peg, is he dead? Peg, is he dead? Her behaviors are extreme. They're dramatic, but maybe that's her personality. Maybe that doesn't mean anything, Jack.
Yeah, maybe it doesn't, but in the end, Your Honor, it all matters to the jury. The jury is weighing all of this. I mean, it's all about credibility anyway. Every single piece of testimony has to rest on the belief that it's either true or false. And that's really the argument that's coming from both sides. One's saying this is the truth, the other's saying it's a conspiracy. And so the credibility piece means everything. And so you're seeing a jury who is sitting back in deliberations right now weighing that. And they're weighing this idea, Peg, is he dead? Peg, is he dead? Was she assuming he was dead? Was she thinking, well, he could have been dead because of, or was it, this is a shock, how did this happen? I don't understand. And they're trying to thread that needle between belief, doubt, and whether credibility will drive it one direction or the other.
And Josh, certainly closing arguments are the opportunity for attorneys to argue and convince the jury. Let's listen together to the Commonwealth and what they say happened to the jury.
And there was only one person in this entire planet who could help him that morning, to give him a chance. Maybe it was a 33% chance if he met the Isaac Wolf of the world. But to give him a chance. And that one person who could help him that morning was this defendant right here, Karen Read. And she made a decision. In her Lexus with the shattered taillight, debris field all over the front yard, and John O'Keefe lying helpless like a child on the front yard. She made a choice. She didn't call 911. She didn't run to his aid. She didn't knock on a door. She made a decision about herself. In her Lexus, she drove away. She was drunk. She hit him, and she left him to die.
All right, closing argument. Josh, weigh in before we need to take a break.
Clearly, Brennan is emotionally tuned in and knows exactly how to get to a jury. But what Jack was talking about is how the jury is considering Karen Read. And remember, they never actually heard from her except from some of these clips and this testimony from people like Peg, who talked about her reaction during a really emotional and stressful time. That then begs that conversation the three of us have talked about. How are you supposed to react during trauma? And what kind of reaction can spur really bad takes from people if you didn't react in the way expected or not? There's so much of that credibility built in, but she didn't really say much to this jury. It's the Commonwealth. Their credibility matters.
All right, we are bringing you those live looks at the courtroom, at the crowds outside of the courthouse to bring any updates. We need to take a break. And of course, when we come back, we want to give you an update on the federal sex trafficking trial for Sean Diddy Combs. A lot going on there. We'll be right back.
Colucci on trial again for the murder of his wife.
This is just not an easy case.
Colucci's first trial ended with a deadlocked jury.
We may never know what happened that night.
The Garden Hose murder trial. Live coverage today on Court TV.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, we're live from Dedham for Verdict Watch in the Karen Read retrial. We'll be unpacking the evidence and all the controversy surrounding the retrial of the century.
Closing Arguments tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
Well, let's quickly turn now to Manhattan for an update on the sex trafficking and racketeering trial for Sean Diddy Combs. Joining us now from New York with the latest from today's testimony is Court TV senior producer Emanuela Grinberg. Emanuela, thank you as always for bringing us all of the latest eyes and ears in that courtroom. Catch us up. What is happening inside court today?
Hey, Judge Ashley. So court is in recess today until tomorrow morning, but it is week 6, day 24 of the government's case, and it's really starting to wind down. Tomorrow, when we return for more testimony, a special agent with the state attorney's office, with the prosecution's office, Delissa Penland, will be back on the stand. And she is the government's second summary witness. And these are witnesses basically from the prosecution's extended team. who are sort of trying to tie together the loose ends of what the exhibits, evidence, and to really, what she's been testifying, what she testified to this afternoon before we broke is the sort of bringing together all the evidence that we have of Patsy Ventura's freak-offs or those nights of unwanted sex that she says she participated in with Sean Combs. She talked a lot. We're talking like, Amex statements, hotel bills, and text communications between Cassie and these escorts that she said she was unwillingly, forced to set up these nights with. The jury actually saw for the first time videos of the freak-offs, and I know we've talked about them so much. They've seen so many screenshots, but these were the first times they actually saw videos of the freak-offs. So that's where we were when we left off with Special Agent Penland today, and she was, like I said, she's the second summary witness. The first one was another member of the prosecution team who was really talking more about text communications between Christina Coram, and this is she's been described as Combs' right-hand woman, chief of staff, the person who really, the only woman he listened to, described by some witnesses. And just talking about, setting up hotel nights, multiple text exchanges about re-upping baby oil, making sure that everything was in place. And then also conversations with Cassie Ventura and Jane about setting up these hotel nights. And finally, the day started with the excusal dismissal of that juror 6, basically just for giving mixed information about his residency, where and with whom he lives, raising questions in the judge's mind, concerns that he may have an agenda wanting to be staying on the panel. So start again tomorrow, and hopefully the state should be wrapping up as soon as Wednesday.
All right. Thank you so much, as always, Emanuela. Right now, let's turn back to Dedham, Massachusetts, where a jury has been deliberating now. Look at your clock, 8.5 hours, basically, the fate of Karen Read. We want to take a closer look now at what has been happening outside of the courthouse. You can see the crowd. We've been showing you those the live pictures, more and more people showing up. These Karen Read supporters are out in droves today as they wait for the verdict to come. Court TV lead anchor Vinnie Politan spoke with some of the supporters earlier today. Take a listen.
How do you think it'll go here, though, if it comes back with a guilty, like we see in the overwhelming majority of verdicts on Court TV?
I'm going to call it loud disappointment. I mean, I don't think any of the state troopers' cars are going to be turned over. Things are set afire. Major disappointment and hope that on appeal things will be changed.
How about, and the alternative? The not guilty comes down. What do you think happens in the streets here?
Just a loud uproar of vindication. Remember, this is, Vinny, this is as much about Karen Read as it is all the folks who live here, who see issues with law enforcement here, who see issues with the DA here, who see issues with the court here. And this is a symptom for them. So if they see a victory here, I think they're going to read it as a victory on a much larger scale.
Still with us, Jack Rice and Josh Schiffer. Jack, making clear that a spectator did that it would be a loud war of vindication if it's not guilty, not necessarily for Karen Read, but because it stands up against the system of corruption as he describes it.
Isn't this how this dovetails to what we were talking about the last segment, Your Honor, this concept of credibility? It comes down to this, and you could say, well, this is what people are feeling in the streets, or some people are feeling in the streets. You realize this may also be being carried into deliberations, into a jury box. And so you have people who are questioning that credibility as well. And that can pop up in the middle of these where you say, just because the police say something doesn't make it so. Just because the Commonwealth says something doesn't make it so. If you get even the sliver of that, it can matter.
Yeah, it can matter. All right, Josh, your final thoughts. We've got about a minute left before we'll have to take a break. And watching, 30 seconds, really quickly.
All right, corruption bubbles up, cynicism bubbles up in the community. It's peaking right now. It's not just Karen Read, it's everything is coming into this community. This community has a catalyst. That catalyst is Karen Read.
Absolutely. All right. Stand by, gentlemen. You're staying with us. Coming up next, of course, Michael Ayala joining me. Can't wait to visit with him about this as we wait for the jury's verdict in the Karen Read murder retrial. Stay here on Court TV Live.
at 4imprint.com.
4imprint, for certain.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ashley Wilcott.
And I'm Michael Ayala. We're both here today giving you your front row seat to justice. Will a jury find Karen Read guilty or not guilty in the death of her boyfriend, John O'Keefe?
That's right. We're in a verdict watch in Dedham, Massachusetts. The jury has now been deliberating for 8 hours and 43 minutes approximately. You all can see that we are leaving the verdict watch clock up on your screen, so you can always glance at that.
Yep, and Reed's first trial ended in a mistrial after a jury couldn't reach a unanimous decision. I think they were out almost 5 days.
For that.
Or for 5 days in that trial. She stands accused of striking and killing John O'Keefe with her Lexus SUV.
Now, prosecutors point to fragments of Reed's taillight at the crime scene as evidence of a collision. But the defense believes that Reed is the victim of a wide-ranging cover-up by O'Keefe's friends and local law enforcement.
Now, while we wait for the verdict, we want to take a listen back to some of the defense team's closing argument. And this came on Friday.
There was no collision. Your job is not to do their job, their burden entirely. It's theirs. They have to prove this case and their theory beyond all reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And not only do they not have a theory, they can't prove one that doesn't exist. All you need to know is that the Commonwealth failed. They failed to provide you with a truthful representation. They failed to prove.
Okay. All right, we want to show you live Karen Read. There she is. The SUV is just pulled up as Vinny described. Karen Read signing to her supporters, walking with her attorney Jackson right there next to her. Michael, she is headed inside that courthouse.
Yes, she looks to be in very good spirits. Obviously, she would have gotten a lot of rest this weekend. We have no particular word as to why they're returning. We know some of the family returned a little earlier. Again, this could be a note from the jury. This could be the jury saying they want to go home. We do not know at this time. We just want to keep you updated, of course, on what's happening out there in the courthouse.
I mean, theoretically, it could be a verdict, and we don't know that yet. We really have no idea what this is. Let's compare, though. 8 hours, 45 minutes. You mentioned earlier, today is day 2 of deliberations in this trial. 5 days the first time and 26 hours. A few different questions from the jury sent back to keep deliberating, said they couldn't reach an agreement. So that's where we are.
Yeah, that's where we are. Let's bring in our guests. Joining us again this hour, criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor Jack Rice, and criminal defense attorney Josh Schiffer. Gentlemen, always a pleasure to see you guys. Thank you for joining us here on the program. And Josh, I'll start with you. As I said, we don't know exactly why everyone's been called back to that courtroom. Just by the looks on the faces, it doesn't seem like it's a verdict that you would have expected, a little more strident nature. But again, you never know. That's, of course, reading tea leaves. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that they're being brought back for whatever housekeeping at the end of the day. I don't see this as we have a verdict. But you never know. The opaqueness of some of the communication is very real. I expect, though, that this is more housekeeping. But I did call for a verdict today. I think the jury's going to be fast and efficient.
Ooh, now that's something, weighing in fast and efficient, Jack. What do you think? I mean, this would be to have, what was it, 29 days of trial? Was that right? I think it was 31. I apologize. I've been looking at both trials. So 31, I think that we have, hang on, Jack. I think that Vinny Politan, who's been there live, Vinny, we never get to have you on during the day, but he may be able to join us here to bring us all of the latest, of course, our Court TV lead anchor. Let's see if we have him with us.
I'm here. Do you hear me, Ashley?
Yes, thank you. Vinny Politan joining us now.
Do you hear me, Michael?
I
do.
Do,
You hear
my
me,
friend,
America?
I do.
Let me tell you what the scene is here. I'm just going to point the camera across the street here. You see all this huge, this is the big moment of the day. Anytime those SUVs pull up and the defense, Karen Read and her family show up, the crowd swells. And they don't make noise, though. They're in the buffer zone, right? So they can't voice their opinions. They're not cheering. They use sign language to show their support. but there are hundreds of them here. And all day long, I started in the morning to the afternoon, the anticipation and intensity has built up out here. When I say intensity, I mean the anticipation of the verdict and what people expect. And a lot of people expect it today. Everyone has just gone into the courtroom. It's the end of the day. Sometimes verdicts just sneak up on you. And that's what I've been telling people here, is that we don't know. We don't know how they're deliberating. We don't know the process. We don't know where they are in their deliberations. So anytime that the attorneys pull up here, we saw John O'Keefe's family go in as well. All the parties are in place. They're in place for any important moment of the day. And what that is, I'm sure we'll find out shortly. But the anticipation here in the streets is unlike anything I've seen. And the difference being why everyone is here. I've seen people through the years, Ashley and Michael, down in Florida for the woman accused of murdering her child. I've seen them out in California, whether it was Modesto or Redwood City, for a man accused of murdering his wife and baby. They all were looking for a conviction. It's the opposite here. They're all wearing pink. They are all unified in their beliefs that Karen Read, not only not guilty, is innocent. That is what you're hearing from the folks who have shown up here. And a lot of them are local, but make no mistake, there are people coming in from Nebraska. I've spoken to people from Pennsylvania, obviously closer by in New Hampshire, but they're all converging here, all with one belief that Karen Read is not guilty. And I think the big question is, what will the reaction be whenever the verdict comes down, whatever it is? Because what's happening right here, I don't know if we're ever going to see again.
Vinny, I got to ask you, if they do believe, as you said, she's innocent, the flip side of that is they have to believe that there was a cover-up. Clearly, that there is something corrupt in that police department. What is it about this community that you've been able to discern, if at all, allows for a belief like that amongst this many people in what I believe is a relatively small community?
Yeah, the skepticism level is huge, is high. And there have been things that have happened here. There have been other instances. I mean, there's this specific case. This movement was started by Turtle Boy, Aiden Carney. He's been here today. A lot of these folks have watched him through the years in their coverage of this, so they know every detail. Then you speak to people from Canton, people from the town where this happened. They don't trust their local elected officials. They don't trust some of their police. And that's how widespread the skepticism goes. Then you look at another case like Sandra Birchmore, and you look at a case like that where there was allegations that have turned into an actual federal indictment against police. And in all instances, people are just so skeptical, and they want to see the proof way beyond a reasonable doubt, and they're not going to take people at their word. And when I say people, I mean people representing the government, people representing the Commonwealth. They do not take them at their word. They want to see the proof, and they don't believe they've seen it, that Karen Read committed this crime.
Vinny, do you have any sense of what's happened to those against Karen Read, believing she did it, believing she should be convicted? The first time around, and you pointed this out earlier when you were speaking to some of the people there, the first time around, it was not all supporters at all. You had both sides. So this, to me, just looks very different.
There's no one here supporting John O'Keefe and his family and the prosecution. Now, a lot of the Karen Read supporters say they're looking for justice for John O'Keefe as well. They just don't believe justice is the conviction of Karen Read. They believe justice for John O'Keefe is the conviction of someone that was inside 34 Fairview Road that night. So when you have a different perspective of what the truth is, of what justice is, you can have a situation like this where people are not going after the victim in the case. They just believe there's two victims in this case because they believe Karen Read is a victim as well, a victim of a wrongful prosecution. Now, when the O'Keefe family walked in, they were the ones wearing blue. The folks supporting Karen Read overwhelmingly are wearing various shades of pink, probably about 70% of them. That's how they show their support. But you look around and you look for anyone anywhere who has a different viewpoint of this case, they're just not showing up at the courthouse. You know, they may very well be online. They may very well be out there. They may be watching, but they're not showing up here at the courthouse.
Vinny, no red tie today. I think you might have jinxed the verdict. I don't know if we have one or not. Any reason you went without the red tie on a verdict watch?
Of course he does. Vinny Politan,
Don't
the
wear
prince.
the red tie for a verdict watch, Michael. Michael, a verdict watch is not a red tie affair. So
Okay.
purple, you can't wear blue. Blue is one side of this case. Pink is the other side. You split the baby, you got purple. That's fine. Red is for the verdict only. So
Gotcha.
once we get word that there's a verdict, then you'll see the red tie on this shirt. I
Gotcha.
always have it with me, Michael, during verdict watch.
I knew this.
absolutely
I knew this,
love
and
it.
I'm sorry I didn't remember you only put it on for the actual verdict. It's like Tiger Woods, right?
It's
He only
so
wears
great.
the red shirt on the
Yes.
final day.
But it makes
I gotcha.
sense
I
because
gotcha.
we could have them deliberating for days. We
Yes.
don't know yet. We were
Yes.
talking, Vinny, about the fact that last time they deliberated 5 days before that mistrial, and today's day 2. What do you think if you were to read the tea leaves about if there's no verdict today, if they come back tomorrow? Do you think the momentum is still going to be there building with all of these individuals outside of that courthouse?
Absolutely. I think the only thing that might change is the weather could scare a few away. If we get some rain, there's some slight rain in the forecast, and that's a real issue. I mean, it's the most beautiful day ever in Dedham, Massachusetts, in the 60s with a breeze and a warm sun. School just let out. There are school children here with their parents, with their moms. What's interesting about the crowd is that you have some younger people. A lot of the younger people I bumped into are streaming about this case. They're on social media. They're on TikTok. Then you've got a lot of folks who are, you know, I want to call it like regular middle age kind of, right? Somewhere between, 35 to 60 in that area, right? And those are the folks predominantly who are here. And you've got families as well, though. Some of them are moms of young children. The young children are here. School was out yesterday. So you've got a cross-section of people showing up in terms of ages, but I'd say overwhelmingly, they're just a little younger than I am, I think.
Yeah. Vinny, look, we're getting word from the court, and I'll let you know, let our viewers know, that Judge Canoni said that she will give this jury until 4:20 to deliberate, and then she will send them home, which is in about 10 minutes or so. That's Eastern time. It's currently about 4:10 Eastern time, so let them go to 4:20 before sending them home for the day. So wanted to let you know, wanted to let our viewers know. And I wanted to ask you this. You've commented a couple of times on your show about the age of the jury, them being relatively young, specifically as opposed to the previous trial. What effect do you think that'll have in terms of how long this will take? Again, we remember the other one took about 26 hours over 5 days. This doesn't have the same feel to me. I don't know. What are your thoughts on that?
I think there's a couple things at play here, right? I think younger jurors generally are more skeptical. I think they're more skeptical of people in power. And in this case, obviously, it would be the Commonwealth, it would be the prosecution, it would be the government. So I think there's that in play. I think younger people, things move a little quicker. I think that's a brilliant observation by you, Michael. I'm looking at this week. There's more on Thursday. We always talk about the Friday factor. Well, this week there may be a Wednesday factor where things might speed up a little bit on Wednesday if we get there, right? It could still happen today. But if we get to Wednesday, I am approaching Wednesday like I usually approach a Friday during a verdict watch, because they are off on Thursday. It is a holiday, and it's going to have that feel to it, a little more incentive for the jury if they're close to wrap it up in one way or another and send a note to the judge and let the judge know where they stand. We're not there yet, though. We got a long road to go to Wednesday afternoon. We still have to close out this day with either a verdict or sending everyone home. But as you said, we'll know within minutes what's happening today. Come back tomorrow. Who knows? who knows if we've had cases, and you'll both probably remember them, where a jury kind of agrees and they want to sleep on it. That's why first thing in the morning, I'm always aware of what's going on, because you could have a very quick turnaround in the morning. We slept on it. How do we feel? And then a morning verdict is delivered. And I think we had that, I recall, in one of the Scott Peterson verdicts, where the jury reached the verdict, slept on it, and delivered it in the morning. But generally speaking, afternoon, I'm feeling like Wednesday. If we're not there tomorrow, I'm on super high alert on Wednesday.
All right. Well, we've got about 8 more minutes before the judge says they go home for the day, come back tomorrow if there's no verdict. Vinnie Politan, we're going to let you head out because of your excellent reporting. Thank you, of course, for being on with us. I know you're there all hours.
Listen, I'll be here. If something happens in the next 8 minutes, you come right back to me, because you'll see what's happening with these folks here if we get word, because word will spread very quickly if, in fact, a verdict is reached.
And we will see you put on your red tie on air. So we will be coming right back to you if that's the case. Vinnie Politan, our lead anchor, thank you so much. We are going to take a break here. Of course, we'll get you back. That fans inside the courtroom so you can see live what's happening. We'll be right back after a quick break.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, we're live from Dedham for Verdict Watch in the Karen Read retrial. We'll be unpacking the evidence in all the controversy surrounding the retrial of the century.
Closing Arguments tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
A social media star loses his wife and then loses control. I couldn't believe that she could do that to me.
From content creator to cold-blooded killer, the TikTok star murder trial. Weekdays 2 to 8, streaming on Court TV. Legendary Trials.
Welcome back. We are in Dedham, Massachusetts this afternoon for Karen Read's murder trial. Here's a live look inside the courtroom where that jury has now been deliberating for 9 hours and 4 minutes. We keep that clock up so you can see how long they've been out.
Yeah, we found out just a little while ago that the judge said she will send them home at 4:20. They haven't reached a verdict. That's about 3 minutes from now. Let's bring back in Court TV lead anchor Vinnie Politan. Vinnie, you're our best resource for this stuff. And I got to ask you about, there's this issue with 28 minutes. And it basically is when Karen Read leaves John O'Keefe's house, headed on over to Jen McCabe's. It's a short ride, but somehow there's a missing 28 minutes in there. A lot of speculation. I thought the prosecutors would make more of it. It was kind of this almost throwaway line in their closing, but I thought there was more to be made of it. I want to get your thoughts on it. What do you think that's about? Is this something? Am I reading too much into it? Love to know your thoughts on that 28, or that, I'm going to call it missing 28 minutes.
Yeah, the missing 28 minutes. Different people have a different perspective of it. I had a guest on my show who broke it down and said it was actually a lot less than 28 minutes. But in the first trial, Adam Lally made it a big part of the case. A big part of his case was that Karen Read allegedly drove by 34 Fairview before going to Jennifer McCabe's. Because Jennifer McCabe is, 5 or 6 minutes away from John O'Keefe's home, very close. Canton's not a huge town. So where would she be for all that time? I think the perspective, and the defense didn't address it, obviously. It was something that's kind of thrown out there by Brennan at the end. And you're right, it was under the radar. But sometimes, it's one of those pieces of spaghetti that could stick with one juror, and all of a sudden it becomes a big deal. And the way Hank Brennan played his hand on that was to not make it a big deal until the defense could not respond to it. And I thought that was an interesting approach to all of it. It was much bigger in the first trial. I think you correctly described it as a throwaway line, but you never know what's gonna stick to a juror and what they're gonna wonder about, because I think human nature wants us all to look at trying to figure something out, but also trying to look for something that, like, hey, what about this? This, and I think that's one of those issues that could potentially be a problem for Karen Read, and could be something that someone who wants to convict Karen Read could look at and say, 28 minutes is a long time. Something else is going on here. I don't like it. It doesn't smell right. So we'll see what the jury does with it, but you are 1,000% correct. The way it was handled in the second trial, much different, much more under the radar. And I don't know, the jury's not allowed to take notes. Are they going to remember that?
And that was my point, the way it went under the radar. I'm not sure they will remember it. There are people with the theory that she did go by the house, which is one of the reasons why when she returned with Jen,
she knew where the body was.
She knew where the body was. That was the testimony.
That's what some people are saying. And of course, all three of us know you never know what a jury's going to do, what's going to stand out to them. I love your analogy of throwing spaghetti at a wall, because you just don't know what's going to stick. But Vinnie, I must ask you, you were referring to biggest trials in the nation that you've covered. You've been there. I'd love to hear your impressions of this particular defendant, Karen Read, because we know she has spoken to media. She's spoken to Matt Johnson leaving that courthouse a number of times. She has said that she feels good, that she feels strong. We know the attorneys have a gag order, but she has shared some information on different days about what they're going to do, or who's going to be called, or how the testimony went. What's your impression of this particular criminal defendant?
Very different, and she's been put in a much different circumstance. Most defendants don't have all of this. They just don't. A criminal defendant accused of murdering a Boston police officer, and not just a Boston police officer, a man who was raising his orphaned niece and nephew, is murdered, and all these people are showing up to support the person accused of doing it. That puts her in a much different position. I think living this the way she has over the course of years, it's somewhat empowering to know that all these people believe in you. And I think it's given her an extra boost of confidence in the way she presents herself, in what she says and what she does. But at the end of the day, I always think about this. Every trial, the lawyers know stuff, prosecutors know stuff, the defense attorneys know. The only one who knows 1,000% whether or not they are guilty is the defendant. Like, that's proof. There's some movement in the courtroom. Is that what's happening, guys?
Yes, so we have actually a shot of the courtroom. Let's get inside.
Court's back in session. You may be seated.
All right, jurors, we appreciate how hard you've worked today. It's been a long day. I'm going to send you home. So I do have to give you those cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Be careful with your social media use. And I think what's a good idea to do is when you leave here, just leave the case here. Literally, figuratively, just clear your heads. Beautiful day, get some fresh air, and we'll see you tomorrow. Okay? Thank you.
All rise to the court, please. Jurors, follow me.
And there we have it at about 4:22:23. The judge saying, go home. Standard instructions, normal instructions. Don't read anything. Don't look at anything. Don't listen to anyone. Don't talk to anyone. Leave it behind. Go home. Enjoy the weather that Vinnie Politan described as beautiful out there. We've been watching that. And come back tomorrow morning. So we'll be going into day 3 in the morning.
Yeah, strong day of work. They put in a full 8-hour day, probably a little bit more than that. And 4:20 is about that time where they've usually gone home.
Yes.
So this is the time they're used to going home. And as you said, she basically told them, look, leave it at the courthouse. Go home. Don't look at anything. Don't talk about it. Come back tomorrow ready to work.
And what I can't wait to see, I'm not sure if we still have Vinnie with us or not, but if we do, Vinnie Politan, lead anchor, still with us. And I just have to say this, Vinnie, I can't help but think of something you described, and that is, we know sometimes a jury is close. They go home, they sleep on it, they take a straw poll in the morning, and you might have a verdict first thing. You never know. Oh, Vinnie, are you able to hear us? I think you're keeping an eye out for Karen Reed. All right.
Yeah,
He
I'm
was
not sure
with
he's
us,
got
though,
us.
looking around to
Yeah.
see who was coming out of that courthouse doing all that live reporting.
Sure. I think at the end of the day, what you have to remember here is that, each one of these days, as she returns to the courthouse tomorrow, that could be the day that her life changes forever.
Forever.
You know what I mean? Not only in the sense that if she's guilty, but even if she's not guilty. The big question now is, will they try her a third time if she's not guilty?
And that's the thing. No matter what the outcome, her life changes forever. Can you imagine a third trial? Oof, don't know.
Hey, I don't know how she's going to afford a defense for a third trial.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to take a break here, folks. We'll take this opportunity. When we come back, of course, we'll have more. Karen Reed, as we just told you, jury will be going home for the day. Judge just let them go. But our coverage will be continuing. So keep it here on Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
efficient, Jack. What do you think? I mean, this would be to have, what was it, 29 days of trial? Was that right? Trafficking trial for Sean Diddy Coleman.
Reed and her family show up. The crowds.
Hi, everybody. I have been listening and saw that they were back in the courtroom. Just caught the very end of what the judge was saying. Sounds like she sent them home for the day. So I am going to see if I can rewind it to that or get it to that part. Let me.
Wells, and they don't make noise though. They're in the buffer zone, right? So they can't voice their opinions. They're not cheering. They use
Look at all
sign
those
language
people
to
out
show
there.
their
I
support.
think they said this was the
But
most
there
that
are
have been
hundreds of
there
them here
out of both
and
trials.
all day long. I started in the
Those are all
morning
Karen
to the
Reed
afternoon.
supporters.
The anticipation and intensity has built up out here. When I say intensity, I mean the anticipation of the verdict and what people expect. And a lot of people expect it today. Everyone has just gone into the courtroom. It's the end of the day. Sometimes verdicts just sneak up on you. And that's what I've been telling people here. Is that we don't know. We don't know how they're deliberating. We don't know the process. We don't know where they are in their deliberations. So anytime that the attorneys pull up here, we saw John O'Keefe's family go in as well. All the parties are in place. They're in place for any important moment of the day. And what that is, I'm sure we'll find out shortly. But the anticipation here in the streets is unlike anything I've seen. And the difference being why everyone is here. I've seen people through the years, Ashley and Michael, down in Florida for the woman accused of murdering her child. I've seen them.
They don't want to
out in
mention her
California, whether it was
name.
Modesto or Redwood City, for a
Just
man
referring to
accused of
Casey
murdering
Anthony.
his
You said
wife
it
and
earlier.
baby.
They were like, don't say that.
They all were looking for a conviction. It's the opposite here. They're all wearing pink. They are all unified in their beliefs that Karen Reed, not only not guilty, is innocent.
Peace sign.
That is what you're hearing from the folks who have shown up here. And a lot of them are local, but make no mistake, there are people coming in from Nebraska. I've spoken to people from Pennsylvania, obviously closer by in New Hampshire, but they're all converging here, all with one belief that Karen Reed is not guilty. And I think the big question is, what will the reaction be?
Because they see the
whenever the verdict
corruption.
comes down, whatever it is.
They need to say that more.
Because what's happening right here, I don't know if we're ever going to see again.
Vinny, I got to ask you.
Oh, you'll see it again.
If they do believe, as you
Starting
said,
in August.
she's innocent. The flip side of that is
The
they have to
Koberger
believe
case.
that there was a cover-up. Clearly, that there is something corrupt in that police department. What is it about this community that you've been able to discern, if at all, allows for a belief like that amongst this many people in what I believe is a relatively small community?
Skip ahead a little bit.
Yeah, the skepticism level is.
Still reporting outside. There's the fan. We know the fan. We don't want that. All right, there's the
Send them
fan.
home in at 4:20. They haven't reached a verdict. That's about 3 minutes from now. Let's bring back in Court TV lead anchor
All right, 3 minutes from that. I'm pretty sure they showed the judge. Yep, there she is. All right.
Appreciate how hard you've worked today. It's been a long day. I'm going to send you home. So I do have to give you those cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Be careful with your social media use. And I think what's a good idea to do is when you leave here, just leave the case here. Literally, figuratively, just clear your heads. Beautiful day. Get some fresh air. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Okay? Thank you.
All rise to the court, please. Jurors, help me.
Oh my goodness.
And there we have it at about 4:22:23. The judge saying, go home. Standard instructions, normal instructions. Don't read anything. Don't look at anything. Don't listen to anyone. Don't talk to anyone. Leave it behind. Go home. Enjoy the weather that Vinnie Politan described as beautiful out there. We've been watching that. And come back tomorrow morning. So we'll be going into day 3 in the morning.
Yeah, strong day of work. They put in a full 8-hour day.
All right, strong day of work. Let's see. Tomorrow's Tuesday. If they don't have a decision by the end of the day tomorrow, they will not be meeting Wednesday because that's June. Wait, is that tomorrow? Wait, no, tomorrow's Tuesday. Someone said there's no court Thursday, Friday. So that must be Juneteenth. And I don't know what the other day is for. So today is the 18th, 16th. Tuesday's the 17th, Wednesday's the 18th. So Thursday would be, yeah. Thursday, Friday's off. So if they don't have one by the end of the day, Wednesday, they have to come back Monday. I don't know. I think 2 more days. So we will see. If I can get on here and just be on here and do a show, I will. If I can't do that, I'm not just going to stream these broadcasts. So I'll just either come on when they say there's a verdict, or I will come on and share some things. I was looking at Twitter earlier, and there was a really good video on there showing pictures of John, the victim in this case. I think he gets lost in this, all of this corruption and, all the proving the innocence and the evidence, things the witnesses have done. There was a video on there, and it showed pictures from his childhood, a lot of video clips of him as an adult, and he seemed pretty funny. Like, he was doing some goofy things, and a lot of them he always had a bag of chips, and I was like, oh, I wonder if that was his thing. So that was neat to see, and that was all from Twitter. So maybe I'll get on here and share some things I can find from that. Have a good night, everybody. See you later. Bye.